And there goes the casting. Okay, that looks good. Okay, that's working. I gotta move that box. I gotta take my medicine still. Okay, so this should be live too. Just double checking. We'll get the live stream started. Do some Elden Ring. The agenda for the day is we'll do some gaming first. Okay, we've been doing gaming the last couple of weeks, and then we'll do some documentaries later. I got to do a little bit of job hunting, and we'll also get some exercise done, and then we're probably going to make a Fiverr page so I can start getting another stream of revenue going. Hopefully, if I can make it good. So we'll make a couple of different Fiverr pages based on my skill sets and see if we can get any bites while the job hunt continues. I don't have to just sit around only applying for jobs. I can do other things too. So we're trying to get that going.
Peggy 16.
Oh, and I want to check out. I gotta eat real quick, and I want to check out this trailer.
Mikula the Kind spoke of the beginning. The seduction and the betrayal. An affair from which gold arose. And so too was Shadow born. What followed was a war unseen. One that could never be put to song. A purge without grace or honor. The tyranny of Messmer's flame. And so kindly Mikula would abandon everything. His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate. But we are not deterred. We choose to follow. Will you walk with us?
Okay, there was that DLC, and then what's the new one? This one, Night Rain? Let's check this one out. There's 2 trailers. That's a 3-minute trailer. This is a one.
Seekers of redemption, you were chosen. Band together and prepare to claim the life of the Night Lord.
Wait, it's multiplayer? Oh shit, it's multiplayer. Okay. That's cool. And I like that we got some aerial combat stuff going on too. What is this blue stuff? Does the circle get smaller? Is that what it that's the gameplay, isn't it? That's why you can fly.
Of redemption, you were chosen, thrown together by forces beyond their control. Tragedy must be averted. And for that, I need your help.
Stand tall. The night is far from over. Little pillager, bent on sacking the lands of gold. I will swat away any and all who dare approach.
Band together and prepare to claim the life of the Night Lord.
Okay, the multiplayer. Oh, and it's not even out yet. Oh. Okay, I thought this was already out. I don't know. I never looked into it. Hey Phoebus, hey Deathforged. I'm doing pretty good. I'm trying to eat. I stayed up late. I went to bed at like 4 a.m. I was looking into what I was talking. I was doing research with the AI and figuring out what I'm going to do to try and open up some new streams of revenue. Because sitting here applying for jobs is just I'm just that's kind of for the birds. I've talked to a couple of like AI things and a couple of try and get in touch with some staffing agencies, and I just don't know. Oh shit, that reminds me. I gotta update my calendar. Damn, I gotta get in touch with him. It's too late. It's 6:20. It's too late to do that now. I'll just have to get in touch with him tomorrow. There's a friend of mine just got laid off from the same company. That's how I met him. Like we were coworkers, and he just got laid off from the same company. And I said I was gonna call him today, but it's way too late for that. Knowing his schedule, he'll have his hands full with. He got 5 kids. They'll be home from school, so I got to get in touch with him at like 10, between like 10 and 2. So I'll just do it tomorrow. I'm sitting here stuffing my face. Yeah, and they're all adopted too. They're actually all adopted. You'd like him. I should introduce you to somehow. He's up there in Seattle, by the way, Phoebus. He's a good dude. You'd like him. You'd really like him. Yeah, let me. I'll mention you. Cause you're looking too. So I'll. Yeah, I can mention you. We'll see if he wants. I'll let you know. Professionally, he was doing. I don't know specifically like what types of programming or whatever. But he was doing programming stuff for the company, and then he moved into management. And sadly, the chief engineering, the chief of engineering or whatever, didn't really delegate too well. You know, it was kind of very, very hands-on, right? So he didn't ever get a ton of stuff to do. Is kind of how he felt anyway. Lots of chaos, yeah. It's crazy to me that people just just the difference between me and a lot of other people is like I think the next couple of steps ahead. In fact, it's been a gift and a curse actually, because when I was younger, I'd think all these further steps ahead, everything that I needed to do, and then I wouldn't do it because I would think it was too much work. That's why I didn't really get into video editing for a long time. I just sat there and thought about all the different things that you'd have to do to complete a project, and I didn't actually do the project because that's a lot of work. The Google I/O stuff. Oh, no, let's go ahead and check that out. Well, I gotta eat. Wait for my stomach to calm down. If I go, my problem is I can hyper focus on something, so I was like cleaning the kitchen and stuff. It was a mess. I can, like, I should have ate 2 or 3 hours ago, so I'm waiting for my blood sugar to get back to where it should be. Let me eat some of these beans too. I'm gonna need some starch, some carbs. Let's check out this Google stuff. I'm gonna mute it real quick because I'm burping.
Hello everyone, good morning. Welcome to Google I/O. We want to get our best models into your hands and our products ASAP.
Oh, hey, Ken Pasta. Definitely will try that Claire Obscura game. I've heard how much praise it's gotten, and I think it's great. I think the AA developers are just showing everybody what can actually be done, and AAA is kind of stuck in an old way of doing things, and I'm actually writing a video essay about that right now. We will work on that later in the stream, but right now having some lunch, and we're checking out because Google just AI is the new rage. In fact, I've got experience like implementing AIs for a company. In fact, I implemented an AI and when we went from like 99% of all the customers contacting us needed somebody like a human to help them. And then after we launched it, and about 9 months after that, and I fine-tuned a bunch of things, we were down to like 29% of all customer contacts needing a human. And the feedback system was great too. So people were like, we didn't get a bunch of like unhappy faces. We got all positive 5-star shit like that when we asked them, hey, how was your experience, right? So a little while after that, they laid off 80% of the customer support department. And then about 4 months after that, as soon as I got done training and documenting somebody on how it all worked, I got laid off. So, I'm actually, really good at a bunch of this stuff to like set in. Like it was the stuff that I did for that company was easy to me. I got a gift for it. I just got to sit down and interview people and talk to them and make a couple of flow charts and put it all together. And I'm like, all right, here's how we're going to fix it all. It's just, I like doing it. I have to consult experts and stuff. I don't know everything, but I know enough about most things to get pretty far. And then I can talk to some sort of expert or someone who has domain knowledge and typically flesh out the rest of the parts. I guess I'm what they call a technical project manager, because there are project managers that are not technical, and I have worked with them at my fintech company, and it was like, anyway.
I'm particularly excited about the rapid model progress. And today, Gemini 2.5 Pro sweeps the
I am totally down with that. In fact, we'll be working on the Fiverr page later today, so we'll figure something out.
Marina leaderboard in all categories. It's getting a lot of love across the top coding platforms thanks to all of you.
Gemini 2.5 Pro is our most intelligent model ever. And now that it incorporates LearnLM, our family of models built with educational experts, 2.5 Pro is also the leading model for learning.
I got 2.5 Pro to code me a simple web app. Someone comes to you with a brilliant idea. I'm going to add in a prompt that asks 2.5 Pro to update my code based on the image. And here's what Gemini generates. Whoa. I was able to create this just based on a sketch. But what if it talked? That's where Gemini's native audio comes in.
That's a pangolin, and its scales are made of keratin, just like your fingernails.
Today, we're making 2.5 Pro even better by introducing a new mode we're calling Deep Think. Deep Think uses our latest cutting-edge research in thinking and reasoning, including parallel techniques.
We are in a new phase of the AI platform shift, where decades of research are becoming reality for people all over the world. Introducing Google Beam, a new AI-first video communications platform. Beam uses a new state-of-the-art video model to transform 2D video streams into a realistic 3D experience. Today, we are introducing this real-time speech translation directly in Google Meet.
It's nice to finally talk to you.
Es bueno hablarte finalmente. No puedo esperar a alquilar tu casa.
Our research prototype, Project Mariner. It's an agent that can interact with the web and get stuff done. We released it as an early research prototype in December, and we have made a lot of progress since. And we are starting to bring agentic capabilities to Chrome, Search, and the Gemini app. Let me show you what we are excited about. We call it Agent Mode. Say you want to find an apartment for you and 2 roommates in Austin. You've each got a budget of $1,200 a month. You want a washer dryer or at least a laundromat nearby. Using Agent Mode, the Gemini app goes to work behind the scenes. You might be familiar with our AI-powered smart reply features. Now imagine if those responses could sound like you. That's the idea behind personalized smart replies. With your permission, Gemini models can use relevant context across your Google Apps in a way that is private, transparent, and fully under your control. Let's say my friend wrote to me looking for advice. He's taking a road trip to Utah, and he remembers I did this trip before. Gemini can do almost all the work for me, looking up my notes in Drive, scanning past emails for reservations. Gemini matches my typical greetings from past emails, captures my tone, style, and favorite word choices and then it automatically generates a reply.
Gemini Flash is our most efficient workhorse model. The new Flash is better in nearly every dimension, improving across key benchmarks for reasoning, code, and long context. Flash will be generally available in early June, with Pro soon after.
Gemini Diffusion is a state-of-the-art experimental text diffusion model that leverages this parallel generation to achieve extremely low latency. The version of Gemini Diffusion we're releasing today generates 5 times faster than our fastest model so far.
This is our ultimate vision for the Gemini app, to transform it into a universal AI assistant. In Project Astra, we've upgraded voice output to be more natural with native audio. We've improved memory and added computer control.
Google Search is bringing generative AI to more people than any other product in the world. In our biggest markets like the US and India, AI overviews are driving over 10% growth in the types of queries that show them. What's particularly exciting is that this growth increases over time. We are introducing an all-new AI mode. It's a total reimagining of search. With more advanced reasoning, you can ask AI mode longer and more complex queries.
We're excited to start rolling out AI mode for everyone in the US, starting today. Over time, we'll graduate many of AI mode's cutting-edge features and capabilities directly into the core search experience. That starts today as we bring the same models that power AI mode to power AI overviews. So you can bring your hardest questions right to the search box. AI mode is search transformed with Gemini 2.5 at its core.
It's like having my very own sports analyst right in Search. Search figured out that the best way to present this information is a graph, and it created it. Complex analysis and data visualization is coming this summer for sports and financial questions. Using your camera, Search can see what you see and give you helpful information as you go back and forth in real time. We're bringing Project Mariner's agentic capabilities into AI mode. Search can take work off my plate while still under my control. Search helps me skip a bunch of steps, linking me right to finish checking out. Tickets secured.
With AI mode, we are bringing a new level of intelligence to help you shop with Google. Search dynamically generates a browsable mosaic of images and some shoppable products personalized just for me. To create a try-on experience that works at scale, we need a deep understanding of the human body and how clothing looks on it. To do this, we built a custom image generation model specifically trained for fashion. Wow, and it's back.
This is the future of Google Search, a search that goes beyond information to intelligence.
Our goal is to make Gemini the most personal, proactive, and powerful AI assistant. Gemini Live now includes camera and screen sharing. All of it is rolling out free of charge in the Gemini app on Android and iOS today. We're bringing our latest and most capable image generation model into the Gemini app. It's called Imagine 4. The images are richer, with more nuanced colors and fine-grained details. Today, I'm excited to announce our new state-of-the-art model, Veo 3. Veo 3 comes with native audio generation. That means that Veo 3 can generate sound effects, background sounds, and dialogue.
They left behind a ball today. It bounced higher than I can jump.
What manner of magic is that? This ocean, it's a force, a wild, untamed might.
2 years ago, we pioneered SynthID, which embeds invisible watermarks into generated media. Our new SynthID detector can identify if an image, audio track, text, or video has SynthID in it.
Based on our collaboration with the creative community, we've been building a new AI filmmaking tool for creatives. We're calling it Flow, and it's launching today. Let me show you how it works. These are my ingredients: the old man and his car. We make it easy to upload your own images into the tool. It lets you extend a clip, too, so I can get the perfect ending that I've been working towards.
But what about emerging form factors? that could let you experience an AI assistant in new ways. That's exactly why we're building Android XR.
Right now, you should be seeing exactly what I'm seeing through the lens of my Android XR glasses, like my delicious coffee over here, and that text from Shram that just came in. Let's see what he said. All right, it's definitely showtime, so I'm gonna launch Gemini and get us going. Gemini, what was the name of the coffee shop on the cup I had earlier?
That might have been Bloomsgiving.
Okay, Gemini, show me what it would take to walk here.
It'll take you about an hour.
Okay. I can get some steps in, and these heads-up directions and a full 3D map should make it super easy.
I'm excited to announce today that Gentle Monster and Warby Parker will be the first eyewear partners to build glasses with Android XR.
Here's everything we've announced today, from new launches and product expansions to glimmers of what's to come. The opportunity with AI is truly as big as it gets. This opportunity to improve lives is not something I take for granted. It's a reminder of how incredible the power of technology is to inspire, to awe, and to move us forward. And I can't wait to see what amazing things we'll build together next. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. My roommate got a girlfriend, and my roommate has 2 cats, and he's been spending a lot of time over at his girlfriend's place. Like, I ain't seen him in a week, which is fine. I'm just making sure the place it was all clean when he gets back. But his cats, it's been like 5 days, and his cats are just realizing that nobody has pet them. Like I've been feeding them and stuff, but I just had that cat in my lap because he's just like, hey, I need some attention, and I like cats. I think I'm gonna get a dog one of these days, but I like cats just fine. I just don't know if I'm a cat person. At least not for how much that one sheds. I'm gonna have to comb him again. You gotta comb his hair with this rake and pull out all the spare hair. Because his coat's so thick, his hair falls out, but his coat is so thick it all stays inside. And then he licks it out, and there's a hairball. So you can either pick up a hairball or brush him. It's your choice. So Google Gemini looks like it's going to be a really amazing personal assistant because it's going to have access to all of your data. So it's Google I/O is the name of the project or the service that they're offering.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I learned that today is the start of Gemini season. I'm not really sure what the big deal is. Every day is Gemini season here at Google.
Oh my God! Did we just watch the other clip that was just a bunch of just the highlights of this? Okay. Yeah, where's the lady? Where's the lady with the? Yeah, that's her with the glasses. Okay. Okay, so we just watched to highlight all this stuff. However, this goes in depth on a bunch of the different, I guess, features of the suite. So it's going to be the Google I/O, and these are all the different features that it's going to offer.
Our 7th generation TPU, Ironwood, it delivers 10x the performance over the previous generation and packs an incredible 42.5 exaflops of compute per pod. And it's coming to Google Cloud customers later this year. Introducing Google Beam, a new AI-first video communications platform. An array of 6 cameras captures you from different angles. And with AI, we can merge these video streams together and render you on a 3D light field display. With near-perfect head tracking down to the millimeter and at 60 frames per second, all in real time. The result, a much more natural and deeply immersive conversational experience. In collaboration with HP, the first Google Beam devices will be available for early customers later this year. We've been bringing underlying technology from Starline into Google Meet. That includes real-time speech translation to help break down language barriers.
Let me turn on speech translation. It's nice to finally talk to you.
Es bueno hablarte finalmente. No puedo esperar a alquilar tu casa.
I gotta administer some medicine, so I'm just gonna turn off the webcam, and I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes.
Te vas a divertir mucho y creo que te va a encantar. You're going to have a lot of fun, and I think you're going to love visiting the city. The house is in a very nice neighborhood and overlooks the mountains.
And today, we are introducing this real-time speech translation directly in Google Meet. English and Spanish translation is now available for subscribers with more languages.
There needs to be... I think this thing would be amazing if there was like some specialized hardware to go with it. Like you could pair via Bluetooth a speaker that had a mic on it, and you could just hand it to the person, and that way they could talk to it. And that way, even if you're in some crowded area and all that stuff, all they got to do is just talk into the thing instead of passing the phone back and forth, because that could get awkward. This is from somebody who has successfully used Google Translate to navigate the emergency room in San Juan after he broke his toe. I mean, that thing was at like a 90-degree angle. I had to go into the hospital. I was worried about bone break fever. Otherwise, you know, I had to get somebody to set it. Ooh, it's better now. But I used Google Translate to get through the whole thing. I even anticipated the majority of their questions and had a translation in Spanish on a notepad for them. Just like, here's all the information. They're just like, oh, okay.
Rolling out in the next few weeks. And real-time translation will be coming to enterprises later this year. We are starting to bring it to our products. Today, Gemini Live has Project Astra's camera and screen sharing capabilities, so you can talk about anything you see.
That's a pretty nice convertible.
I think you might have mistaken the garbage truck for a convertible. Is there anything else I can help you with?
What's this skinny building doing in my neighborhood?
It's a street light, not a building.
Why is this person following me wherever I walk?
No one's following you. That's just your shadow.
Gemini is pretty good at telling you when you're wrong. We are rolling this out to everyone on Android and iOS starting today. We also have our research prototype, Project Mariner. It's an agent that can interact with the web and get stuff done. First, we are introducing multitasking, and it can now oversee up to 10 simultaneous tasks. Second, it's using a feature called Teach and Repeat. This is where you can show it a task once, and it learns a plan for similar tasks in the future. We are bringing Project Mariner's computer use capabilities to developers via the Gemini API, and it will be available more broadly this summer. Then there is the Model Context Protocol introduced by Anthropic, so agents can access other services. And today we are excited to announce that our Gemini SDK is now compatible with MCP tools. And we are starting to bring agentic capabilities to Chrome, Search, and the Gemini app. Let me show you what we are excited about in the Gemini app. We call it Agent Mode. Normally, you'd have to spend a lot of time scrolling through endless listings. Using Agent Mode, the Gemini app goes to work behind the scenes. It finds listings from sites like Zillow that match your criteria and uses Project Mariner when needed to adjust very specific filters. If there's an apartment you want to check out, Gemini uses MCP to access the listings and even schedule a tour on your behalf. An experimental version of the agent mode in the Gemini app will be coming soon to subscribers. Personalization will be really powerful. we are working to bring this to life with something we call personal context. With your permission, Gemini models can use relevant context across your Google apps in a way that is private, transparent, and fully under your control. You might be familiar with our AI-powered smart reply features. Now imagine if those responses could sound like you. That's the idea behind personalized smart replies. Let's say my friend wrote to me looking for advice. Now, if I'm being honest, I would probably reply something short and unhelpful. Sorry, Felix. But with personalized smart replies, I can be a better friend. That's because Gemini can do almost all the work for me. Looking up my notes in Drive, scanning past emails for reservations, and finding my itinerary in Google Docs, Gemini matches my typical greetings from past emails, captures my tone.
I was just looking up to see when all this is launching, and we'll hear exact dates later. I want to see if it searched the web. How long ago did this come out? Oh, this is their keynote, so... Okay.
Style and favorite word choices, and then it automatically generates a reply. This will be available in Gmail this summer for subscribers.
Gemini Flash is our most efficient workhorse model. Today, I'm thrilled to announce that we're releasing an updated version of 2.5 Flash. The new Flash is better in nearly every dimension, improving across key benchmarks for reasoning, code, and long context. I'm excited to say that Flash will be generally available in early June, with Pro soon after.
I think I'm going to switch the agenda around. It feels like wrong to do gaming before I get a couple other things done. I just got to be personally responsible. It doesn't feel personally responsible to do gaming while I got some other like job hunting and things that I still have to do on the list. Let me get those done first, and the exercise, and then when those two things are done, I can do some gaming. Otherwise like I don't enjoy gaming because I recognize it as a displacement activity, and a displacement activity is doing something in place of another action. So I won't be able to enjoy it. I've just been thinking about it the whole time I've been stuffing my face. I've applied to 2 different jobs this far, and then I spent yesterday researching what I can do to open up some other streams of revenue, and there are several Fiverr pages that I am going to set up. There's 3 off the top of my head, and we're probably going to focus on doing that right now. And then I think I'll spend maybe an hour. Let's keep watching this because I'm interested. And while we're watching this and something else, here, let's update the agenda. Okay, so let's do job hunting documentary news. So that's still accurate. The exercise. Okay, cool down from workout. Okay. It's late. I don't think we're gonna get. I gotta get to bed before fucking 4 a.m. tonight. I can't get a. I don't want to fall back into a nocturnal schedule. I need to get to where I'm waking up early in the morning. I'm more productive that way. I need to start live streaming earlier, basically. So expect the live stream to start earlier tomorrow, at least noon Eastern time. Yeah, some melatonin. Okay. So let's move this down here. we're done with the lunch break. Agenda's been updated. And let's actually set this up better so you can see it better. There we go. Okay, and this is called Google I/O. Okay, is that this one?
But you can go try out the preview now in AI Studio, Vertex AI, and Gemini app.
We are also introducing new previews for text-to-speech. These now have a first-of-its-kind multi-speaker support for 2 voices, built on native audio output.
This means the model can converse in more expressive ways. It can capture the really subtle nuances of how we speak.
It can even seamlessly switch to a whisper like this.
This works in over 24 languages, and it can easily go between languages.
So the model can begin speaking in English, but then ये हिंदी या किसी भी और भाषा में switch कर सकता है. And switch back, all with the same voice.
You can use this text-to-speech capability starting today in the Gemini API. Second, we've strengthened protections against security threats like indirect prompt injections. So Gemini 2.5 is our most secure model yet. And in both 2.5 Pro and Flash, we're including thought summaries via the Gemini API and Vertex AI. Thought summaries take the model's raw thoughts and organize them into a clear format with headers, key details, and information about model actions like tool calls. Finally, we launched 2.5 Flash with thinking budgets to give you control over cost and latency versus quality. So we're bringing thinking budgets to 2.5 Pro, which will roll out in the coming weeks along with our generally available model. You've seen something like this before, right? Someone comes to you with a brilliant idea scratched on a napkin. I am going to add the image I just showed you of the sphere, and I'm going to add in a prompt that asks 2.5 Pro to update my code based on the image. And I'm going to jump to another tab that I ran right before this keynote with the same prompt. And here's what Gemini generates. Whoa. We went from that rough sketch directly to code, updating multiple of my files. And actually, you can see it thought for 37 seconds. And you can see the changes it thought through, and then the files it updated. But what if it talked? That's where Gemini's native audio comes in.
That's a pangolin, and its scales are made of keratin, just like your fingernails.
2.5 Pro is available on your favorite IDE platforms and in Google products like Android Studio, Firebase Studio, Gemini Code Assist, and our asynchronous coding agent, Jules. Jules can tackle complex tasks in large code bases that used to take hours, like updating an older version of Node.js. It can plan the steps, modify files, and more in minutes. So today, I'm delighted to announce that Jules is now in public beta, so anyone can sign up at jules.google. Gemini Diffusion is a state-of-the-art experimental text diffusion model. The version of Gemini Diffusion we're releasing today generates 5 times faster than even 2.0 Flash Lite, our fastest model so far, while matching its coding performance. So take this math example. Ready? Go. If you blinked, you missed it.
Today, we're making 2.5 Pro even better by introducing a new mode we're calling Deep Think. It gets an impressive score on USAMO 2025, currently one of the hardest maths benchmarks. We're taking a little bit of extra time to conduct more frontier safety evaluations and get further input from safety experts. As part of that, we're going to make it available to trusted testers via the Gemini API to get their feedback before making it widely available. Gemini is already the best multimodal foundation model, but we're working hard to extend it to become what we call a world model. This is our ultimate vision for the Gemini app, to transform it into a universal AI assistant. This starts with the capabilities we first explored last year in Project Astra, such as video understanding, screen sharing, and memory. For example, we've upgraded voice output to be more natural with native audio. We've improved memory and added computer control. Let's take a look.
I think I stripped this screw. Can you go on YouTube and find a video for how to fix that?
Of course. I'm opening YouTube now. This looks like a good video.
It seems like I need a spare tension screw. Can you call the nearest bike shop and see what they have in stock?
Yep, calling them now. I'll get back to you with what they have in stock.
Hey, any updates on that call?
Yep, I just got off with the bike shop. They confirmed they have your tension screw in stock.
We've built Alpha Proof that can solve mass Olympiad problems at the silver medal level. Co-scientists that can collaborate with researchers, helping them develop and test novel hypotheses. And we've just released Alpha Evolve, which can discover new scientific knowledge and speed up AI training itself. In the life sciences, we've built Amy, a research system that could help clinicians with medical diagnoses, AlphaFold 3, which can predict the structure and interactions of all of life's molecules, and Isomorphic Labs, which builds on our AlphaFold work to revolutionize the drug discovery process with AI, and will one day help to solve many global diseases.
As people use AI overviews, we see they are happier with their results and they search more often. For those who want an end-to-end AI search experience, we are introducing an all-new AI mode. It's a total reimagining of search. With more advanced reasoning, you can ask AI mode longer and more complex queries. In fact, users have been asking much longer queries, 2 to 3 times the length of traditional searches. And I'm excited to share that AI mode is coming to everyone in the US starting today.
Soon, AI mode will be able to make your responses even more helpful, with personalized suggestions based on your past searches. You can also opt in to connect to other Google apps, starting with Gmail. Now, this is always under your control, and you can choose to connect or disconnect it at any time. Personal context is coming to AI mode this summer. You already come to search today to really unpack a topic, but this brings it to a much deeper level. So much so that we're calling this deep search. It reasons across all those disparate pieces of information to create an expert-level, fully cited report in just minutes.
So I'll ask, show the batting average and on-base percentage for this season and last for notable players who currently use a torpedo bat. I get this helpful response, including this easy-to-read table. I can follow up and ask, how many home runs have these players hit this season? Search figured out that the best way to present this information is a graph, and it created it. It's like having my very own sports analyst right in Search. Complex analysis and data visualization is coming this summer for sports and financial questions. So I'm excited to share that we're bringing Project Mariner's agentic capabilities into AI mode. I'll say, find 2 affordable tickets for this Saturday's Reds game in the lower level. Search kicks off a query fan-out, looking across several sites to analyze hundreds of potential ticket options. Search helps me skip a bunch of steps, linking me right to finish checking out. We're taking the next big leap in multimodality by bringing Project Astra's live capabilities into AI mode. We call this Search Live. It's like hopping on a video call with Search.
We are introducing a new try-on feature that will help you virtually try on clothes. I really like this blue one. I click on this button to try it on. It asks me to upload a picture, which takes me to my camera roll. I have many pictures here. I'm going to pick one that is full length and a clear view of me. We built a custom image generation model specifically trained for fashion. Wow, and it's back. The AI model is able to show how this material will fold and stretch and drape on people. And let's assume the price is now dropped. When that happens, I get a notification just like this. And if I want to buy, my checkout agent will add the right size and color to my cart. I can choose to review all my payment and shipping information, or just let the agent just buy it for me. With just one tap, Search securely buys it for me with Google Pay, and of course, all of this happened under my guidance. Our new visual shopping and agentic checkout features are rolling out in the coming months, and you can start trying on looks in labs beginning today.
We're launching 5 things today. First, let's talk about Gemini Live. Now, as Sundar mentioned, Gemini Live now includes camera and screen sharing, both of which are incredible. All of it is rolling out free of charge in the Gemini app on Android and iOS today. And in the coming weeks, you'll be able to connect Gemini Live to some of your favorite apps, like Calendar, Maps, Keep, Tasks. So soon, you can just point your camera and ask it to add an invite to your calendar, and it'll be done. Starting today, Deep Research will now let you upload your own files to guide the research agent. So let's say you have this incredible detailed report. How do you get all that brilliance distilled down into something digestible, engaging? This is where Canvas comes in. Canvas will now let you transform that report with one tap into all kinds of new things, like a dynamic web page, an infographic, a helpful quiz, even a custom podcast in 45 languages. But if you want to go further, you can vibe code all sorts of amazing things in Canvas with as much back and forth as you want. We're introducing Gemini in Chrome. The amazing part is that you can use this, and it understands the context of the page that you're on automatically. So if you have a question, it can be answered. We're starting to roll out Gemini in Chrome this week to Gemini subscribers in the US. Starting today, we're bringing our latest and most capable image generation model into the Gemini app. It's called Imagine 4. And Imagine 4 is so much better at text and typography. In the past, you might have created something that looked good, but adding words didn't always work just right. So check this out. Maybe I want to create a poster for a music festival. We'll make the Chrome Dino the big headliner. Imagine 4 doesn't just get the text and spelling right. It's actually making creative choices, like using dinosaur bones in the font, or figuring out the spacing, the font size, the layout that makes it look like this great poster. It's 10 times faster than our previous model, so you can iterate through many ideas quickly. Images are incredible, but sometimes you need motion and sound. Today, I'm excited to announce our new state-of-the-art model, VO3. VO3 comes with native audio generation. That means that VO3 can generate sound effects, background sounds, and dialogue. Now you prompt it, and your characters can speak. Take a listen.
They left behind a ball today. It bounced higher than I can jump.
Oh, what manner of magic is that?
Pretty cool, right? VO added not just the sounds of the forest, but also the dialogue.
This ocean, it's a force, a wild, untamed might. And she commands your awe with every breaking light.
Starting today, Gemini Live capabilities are free and rolling out across Android and iOS.
We recently launched Lyria 2, which can generate high-fidelity music and professional-grade audio. The music is melodious, with vocals in solos and choirs. As you hear, it makes expressive and rich music. Lyria 2 is available today for enterprises, YouTube creators, and musicians. Right now, it's not easy for people or organizations to detect AI-generated images. 2 years ago, we pioneered SynthID, which embeds invisible watermarks into generated media. Our new SynthID detector can identify if an image, audio track, text, or video has SynthID in it, whether it's in the whole piece or even just a part. We're starting to roll this out to early testers today. We teamed up with visionary director Darren Aronofsky and his new storytelling venture, Primordial Soup. Together, we are putting the world's best video generation model into the hands of top filmmakers. The first of the partnership's 3 short films is director Eliza McNitt's Ancestra.
We filmed really emotional performances, but then generated video we could never capture otherwise. I want the baby to be holding the mother's finger.
Just the bliss of the two of them.
Yeah.
For every creature that came before you, from every star that died so that you could begin.
So when you're making a video, it will use ingredients you give it, characters, scenes, or styles, and keep them consistent. Or you can direct VO, giving it precise camera instructions, and have it shoot along a specific path.
We've been building a new AI filmmaking tool for creatives. We're calling it Flow, and it's launching today. Let's drop into a project I'm working on. Our hero, the grandpa, is building a flying car with help from a feathered friend. These are my ingredients: the old man and his car. We make it easy to upload your own images into the tool, or you can generate them on the fly using Imagine, which is built right in. If I want to capture the next shot of the scene, I can just hit the plus icon to create the next shot. I can describe what I want to happen next, like adding a 10-foot-tall chicken in the back seat, and Flow will do the rest. The character consistency, the scene consistency, it just works. And if something isn't, quite right, no problem. You can just go back in like any other video tool and trim it up if it's not working for you. But Flow works in the other direction as well. It lets you extend a clip too, so I can get the perfect ending that I've been working towards. Once I've got all the clips I need, I can download the files. I can bring them into my favorite editing software, add some music from Lyria, and now the old man finally has his flying car. So I'm excited to share that we're upgrading and 2 AI subscription plans today. We will have Google AI Pro and the all-new Google AI Ultra. With the Pro plan, which is going to be available globally, you'll get a full suite of AI products with higher rate limits and special features compared to the free version. Then there's the Ultra plan. The plan comes with the highest rate limits, the earliest access to new features and products from across Google. It's available in the US today, and we'll be rolling it out globally soon. So if you're an Ultra subscriber, you'll get huge rate limits and access to that 2.5 Pro Deep Think mode in the Gemini app when it's ready. You'll get access to Flow with VO3 available today. And it also comes with YouTube Premium and a massive amount of storage.
In the coming months, we're bringing Gemini to your watch, your car's dashboard, even your TV. But what about emerging form factors that could let you experience an AI assistant in new ways? That's exactly why we're building Android XR. From headsets to glasses and everything in between. We believe there's not a one-size-fits-all for XR, and you'll use different devices throughout your day. For example, for watching movies, playing games, or getting work done, you'll want an immersive headset. But when you're on the go, you'll want lightweight glasses that can give you timely information without reaching for your phone. We built Android XR together as one team with Samsung and optimized it for Snapdragon with Qualcomm. Let's start with Gemini on headsets. This is Samsung's Project Muhan, the first Android XR device. Muhan gives you an infinite screen to explore your apps with Gemini by your side. With Google Maps in XR, you can teleport anywhere in the world simply by asking Gemini to take you there. You can talk with your AI assistant about anything you see and have it pull up videos and websites about what you're exploring. Imagine watching them play in the MLB app as if you were right there in the stadium, while chatting with Gemini about player and game stats. Samsung's Project Muhan will be available for purchase later this year. Let's turn our attention to glasses. Glasses with Android XR are lightweight and designed for all-day wear, even though they're packed with technology. A camera and microphones give Gemini the ability to see and hear the world. Speakers let you listen to the AI, play music, or take calls. And an optional in-lens display privately shows you helpful information just when you need it. These glasses work with your phone, giving you access to your apps while keeping your hands free. All this makes glasses a natural form factor for AI. Let's see how they work in the most hectic environment possible right now, backstage at I/O.
Hey everyone. Right now, you should be seeing exactly what I'm seeing through the lens of my Android XR glasses. Like my delicious coffee over here, and that text from Shram that just came in. Let's see what he said. All right, it's definitely showtime, so I'm gonna launch Gemini and get us going. Send Shram a text that I'm getting started and silence my notifications, please.
Okay, I've sent that message to him and muted all your notifications.
Perfect.
Oh, hey, Nishta.
Hey, Dieter.
I see the lights on your glasses, so I think it's safe to say that we're live right now?
Yes, we're officially on with the I/O crew.
Hey, everybody. It is pretty great to see I/O from this angle. Nishta, you promised me I could get my own pair of Android XR glasses if I helped out back here. So what do you say?
Of course. Let's get coffee after this, and I'll bring you those glasses.
Awesome. We'll see you then. Good luck.
Thank you. As you all can see, there's a ton going on backstage. And is that pro basketball player Giannis wearing our glasses?
I love it. This fits out both of my hands for double high fives.
Nice. Let me keep showing you guys what these glasses can do. I've been curious about this photo wall all day. Like, what band is this, and how are they connected to this place?
A legend rock band shows at Shoreline Amphitheater, which are often seen as homecoming shows for the band.
Gemini, what was the name of the coffee shop on the cup I had earlier?
That might have been Bloomsgiving. From what I can tell, it's a vibrant coffee shop on Castro Street.
Great memory. Can you show me the photos of that cafe? I want to check out the vibes.
Definitely. Do these photos from Maps help?
Oh, I know that spot. It's a flower shop as well as a coffee shop, but it is downtown.
Oh yeah, Phoebus. Like I think about those too. I'm getting too old now. I mean, well, I probably got another 10, 15 years in me. I always considered one of those jobs where you actually go up in those towers. You know how much those guys make? To like go climbing up in the tower to install the big fuck off antennas that are on top of the tower and stuff for all that cell data network and crap. Go to the top of like a skyscraper or building or some cell tower disguised like a tree. I've seen those before. That's like infrastructure level equipment that gets mounted on those things. Yeah, just replacing lights. But I'm talking about like the techie guys that do the, cell data wireless radio transceivers and shit. Yeah. And you operate with dangerous levels of electricity too. Like you can kill yourself if you fuck up.
Okay, Gemini, show me what it would take to walk here.
Getting those directions now. It'll take you about...
I know. I think I'd probably pick up welding before I do something like that. I really enjoyed metal shop in class, and if I could become an apprentice welder right now, I would, but I wouldn't have any transportation. So, fuck.
About an hour.
Okay. I can get some steps in, and these heads-up directions and a full 3D map should make it super easy. Go ahead and send Dieter an invite for that cafe and get coffee at 3 p.m. today.
I'll send out that invite now. Enjoy the coffee.
As you saw, Gemini helped Nishta search what she sees.
Yeah, not for
remember
starters.
details like the coffee cup, book an event, even navigate, all without taking her phone out of her pocket. I'm even wearing the glasses right now too. They're my personal teleprompter, and I have prescription lenses so I can see you all. Okay, Nishta, this is a big moment for glasses. Let's capture it.
Yes, get ready for a quick photo, everyone, and let's bring out our star.
Here comes Dieter.
All right, Gemini, take a photo for me. All right, Gemini, take a photo for me and add it to my favorites.
You're right, Phoebus. I'm too far down. I'm too far down the computer tech tree to start over in blacksmithing.
That looks amazing. Sundar showed what's possible with live chat translation earlier. Let's see what that's like on glasses. This is a very risky demo, but we're going to give it a shot. Nishta and I are going to speak to each other in our mother tongues. Nishta's going to speak Hindi. I'm going to speak Farsi, very poorly. And you'll see the feed from both of our glasses back here. And so you can all follow along. We'll show an English translation in real time. Okay? Let's give it a shot. Fingers crossed. بسیار خوب. حالا میتونی ببینی حرفای من ترجمه میشن از فارسی به انگلیسی.
हाँ, बिल्कुल. अब मेरी पूरी दुनिया खुल जाती है और मैं सब कुछ समझ सकती हूँ आसानी से.
حالا میتونی با همه آدمای دنیا صحبت بکنی و برای مامان و بابام ببخشین. فارسی من خیلی بده. See, we said it's a risky demo. We're taking our partnership with Samsung to the next level by extending Android XR beyond headsets to glasses. Our glasses prototypes are already being used by trusted testers, and you'll be able to start developing for glasses later this year. Gentle Monster and Warby Parker will be the first eyewear partners to build glasses with Android XR.
Today, you've heard a lot about ELO scores, benchmarks, and state-of-the-art performance. But I know there's one metric you've all been waiting for, our AI counter. So let's take a look at one last leaderboard. Looks like, I guess, we have a new entrant. Gemini takes the lead, coming in at 95. On a more serious note, here's everything we've announced today, from new launches and product expansions to glimmers of what's to come. The opportunity with AI is truly as big as it gets. And I can't wait to see what amazing things we'll build together next. Thank you.
I just found a good job I'd be a good fit for. I was applying to it. Let's switch gears a little bit. Let me see if Phoebus sent any more other videos, because Phoebus typically does send good videos. Yeah, okay, we're caught up on Phoebus videos. Let's check in on the Spiffing Brit, who very much enjoy his content. great editing, great voice, great orator, and he's got his finger on the pulse of good humor. It's never too negative. It's all with the best of intentions.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to The Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered. The original game is potentially older than some of you watching this video, but now it's 2025 and the game is back. In the time between the original release, I have exploited, bugged, and glitched it many times. Oh, and I have created some incredibly broken things. But this is different. This isn't just another Oblivion video. We have a remaster from new developers who've had years to fix all of the absurd exploits of the game. And fix, they have. The scroll item duping glitch, yep, that's gone. Dorian infinite paralysis money glitch, yep, that's also gone. And so with that, ladies and gents, I have to say that I am in fact certain that yes, Oblivion Remastered will be a perfectly balanced game with no exploits. But just to be safe, just in case some exploits remain, I have to play the game. And if we want to break this game, we're going to need a legendary being. To push this game to its limits, we're going to need Rianu Keeves. Rianu Keeves is the greatest gaming creation I have ever made. He beats Skyrim with a fork, and is so breathtaking he can physically suck all the air from your lungs. Today, however, I want to create an imperceivable god that cannot be stopped by anything.
For those of you not aware of the Spiffing Brett, there are actually videos of him doing that. He made a character, and he created a fork with like over 9,000 fire damage. And I'm joking about the over 9,000. It was more like 14,000 or something.
So get comfortable, grab yourself a cup of tea, and let's dive into this video. Right, and so I have created our hero, the wonderful Rianu Keeves. Of course, when any character is ported into the Oblivion Remastered engine, they do end up with a slight uncanny valley about them. That said, he is much nicer to look at than the first character I made on my test playthrough.
Gods give me strength.
Gods give me strength too, Emperor Lurio Septim. So yes, the plotline is the same as the previous game. Mr. Emperor here is unfortunately going to be ambushed in the sewers and murdered. However, in the remastered version, we're able to do something about this. Yeah, that's right, you're used to the Emperor dying in the tutorial with no way to save him or get anything from him. But today, we're going to do something different. For the first time in Oblivion history, we're going to change the timeline.
Just stay out of our way.
So yes, away we go. Off into the dungeons. Now you'll notice I just got my first level. That's in acrobatics. That's because just like the previous Oblivion, all you have to do in order to level up your stats is repeatedly do an action. For acrobatics, you jump over and over again. For sneaking, you of course stealth near enemies. For fortifying, you'll say destruction magic. Yeah, you've got to cast some fireballs. Oh look, the assassins are here. Quick, hit them with fireballs and look, a bit of destruction experience. You know, I'm gonna actually ascend my power level. Oh yeah, now we're getting ready. Look at the wrinkly body. So yes, we've been left completely by ourselves, abandoned by the Emperor, and expected to somehow survive. If we take a look at our character, we're level 1, we have really bad stats. When it comes to our skills, yeah, they're all really quite bad as well. The one advantage we do have is that we're playing as a Breton, and for those of you unaware of the lore, Bretons are basically half elf, half humans, and as a result, they're very gifted when it comes to magicka. Thanks to the humanity in them, they also have strong resistance to magic. Being able to resist 50% of magic is hilariously strong. But of course, as I said, our stats are very low, and I want to turn Rianu Keeves into a god, and that means he needs to get better. And in order to get better, we need to level up. In order to level up, we need to improve our skills. And remember, we improve by doing, like jumping for acrobatics. And as fun as it would be to just jump on this spot for the next half an hour, I think I can probably do something else. Now, many of you might remember this next section, for there's a couple of rats here that you get to fight. But most interestingly, there's a very unique thing. These rats are scared of this zombie, an even more powerful enemy. And entertainingly, in order to showcase just how scary they are, the developers decided to do something interesting. They took the aggro off of the rats. You see, this rat here was apparently so scared of the zombie, they no longer perceive us, the player, as a threat. This creates a little bit of an interesting predicament. Because the rats are technically classed as hostile, but they won't attack us, this means we're in combat. So yes, what we can do is actually level up our sneak. Simply by walking around here left and right, we're able to improve our sneak stat. This exploit existed in the first Oblivion game, and it was incredibly overpowered, but the developers here have also been very nice, because they've granted us with the auto move key. If you're on PC, simply press Q, and then run into this wall. You're technically moving, and consequently you're technically leveling up your sneak stat. So I'm gonna go leave my PC, go make myself a nice cup of tea, and when we come back, Rianu Keeves here will have leveled up his sneak quite a bit. Right, and so after a lot of time has passed, we have managed to level up our sneak, and all I've done is literally smash my head into a brick wall next to 2 scared rats. We've now managed to achieve a sneak rating of 100, so yeah, we are now a master stealth man. We make less noise, we deal extra damage, but now at master it means that our sneak attacks ignore an opponent's armor. That's pretty snazzy. Anyway, these rats, they've served their purpose, but unfortunately, they must die. Rest in peace, Rattos. Thank you for your service. You know, I should try my sneak attacks out. Let me grab this bow and arrow. Right, I've now become Skyrim Stealth Archer Rianu Keeves. Let's go. Yeet! Sneak attack. It's a one-hit kill. Oh, there's a goblin. Right, let's get him. Yeet! Okay, even though I've shot him, he still can't fully aggro onto me. That's just how good my sneak skill is. That is the power of playing with stealth. You can become an unstoppable shadow that no one's able to defeat. And now into the final room. We've got a goblin right here, so we're just gonna get him with another sneak attack. Waltz around this corner. My goodness. Yes! Stealth archery is back! Sneak attack. Oh, yes! And we've got a wizard over there. Sneak attack. Followed by another sneak attack. Oh, yes. Todd, you've done it again. You've made another Stealth Archer game. Alright, so now we're just in time to hop back into the Imperial sewers and say hello to our good friend, the Emperor. Alright, here we are. Hello!
They cannot understand why I trust you.
Anyway, now we get to pick our star sign. I think some of these have been changed since the original. For example, the Lord sign now gives you increased armor rating and magic resistance, which is pretty good. And that's actually what we're going to go with today, which, stacking on top of our existing 50, gives us 65% less damage from all magical sources. We've almost reached the point where we can say we no longer believe in magic. Okay, now coming up to this section here is when we can do something ever so slightly cheesy. Basically, what happens here is we try and escape that way, we can't do it, and then we go into this room where the Emperor is going to be assassinated by an evil assassin who comes through this doorway here, and the Emperor standing here is going to get murdered. However, we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to stand here and defend the Emperor and guard him with my life. There we go. And then what's going to happen here is a large amount of assassins will be fighting over there in that doorway. And you see, from the comfort of this window, I'm able to attack these assassins. And the interesting thing is, these assassins are just going to keep spawning in. Because I'm sat in front of the door, the scripted assassination scene can't trigger. And because the Emperor is still alive, these enemies will keep on spawning over and over again. So there we go, that's another wave of assassins have been murdered. A new wave will then run on in, and I can sit here in this doorway repeatedly shooting them. I mean, when you're in first person, you actually can't aim around this corner, but in third person, we can bend the arrows around the wall. Now, this is perfectly balanced gameplay, and exactly the way the developers intended it to be played. Alright, well, I am starting to run out of arrows, so I think I might take this opportunity to call an end to this exploit. A marksman stat of 18 is pretty decent. So, yep, let's have a little chat with the Emperor.
I can go no further.
You can go no further. Okay, thank you, Emperor. Anyway, the assassin is going to just walk through me and then murder the Emperor, and oh no! Emperor Oriol Septim is dead. How could you?
Talos, save us.
Talos, save us indeed. Right, and now we get to decide our class. Of course, we'll go for a custom class, one which focuses on magic. We're going to favor the attributes of luck and personality, because who doesn't like a little bit of extra riz? Next up, we need to choose our major skills. These skills receive a plus 20 level bonus and increase much faster. Alright, and here we go. We've completed our class build. It should be perfectly balanced. Now it needs a new name. It's going to be Cheese Lord. Yes, create the Cheese Lord class. Now we can go into this room here where the assassination happened, and we just look at this. It's a nightmare. Oh, we found the body of Glenroy. He's just stacked underneath him, beneath a pile of 700 assassins. Oh, there's some of my arrows. I'll take those. Yeah, this is magical. Some of the bodies are starting to even despawn. Huzzah, and we arrive into the sewers as the Cheese Lord class, ready to level up in many regards, and with some new magic under our control. Because we have some skill in conjuration, we can summon a skeleton. I mean, look, there's a goblin over there. Wabam! Let's bring in a skeleton to fight for us. Go, Skelly boy, go! Yeah, he killed the rat. Come on, fight the goblin. Fight the goblin. Where are you going? Skelly boy, you're meant to be defending me. Do your job, Skelly boy. As a second goblin. Good job, skeleton. Well done! And so here we have it, the end of the tutorial. We have now escaped the sewers. We do so with a skeleton companion. We did so with a skeleton companion, but we leave significantly more powerful than when we arrived. So, let's go break this game. Right, so I've crossed over to Vulverin, where we finally have ourselves a bed to sleep in. Now, sleeping in a bed is great because it's the only way to actually level up. So we can have ourselves a quick little nap, and whabam, we've ascended to level 2. From here, we can then sink in some skill points. Intelligence and willpower are both great for mages, agility is great for archers, and personality is great for people trying to break the economy. Now, of course, we start out with a fair amount of advantages on our side, but we have only 69 gold. Nice. So we need to make more money. We also need to become more powerful. We need to truly break the game. Now, unlike most starts, I'm not going to run straight to the market district and start duping scrolls. That's because that exploit was removed from the game. Instead, we're going to use a different method. But first, we need to tidy up our inventory a bit, and that means a trip to Waynon Priory. This is going to allow me to hand off the Amulet of Kings to the Master of the Blades, so that way I no longer have any quest items in my inventory.
I'm Brother Joffrey.
Here, I brought you the Amulet of Kings.
Well, this cannot be.
So there we go. We've dropped off the amulet, so my inventory is now nice and simple. We have no quest items, we only have a bunch of rubbish. Now, with this bunch of rubbish, we're going to do something pretty crazy. We're going to make ourselves a lot of money. Now what we're going to do is use these two lovely barrels here to commit a little bit of hyperinflation. You don't have to use barrels, but these two bad boys are perfectly positioned next to each other to allow me to do something pretty crazy. What we're going to do is drop basically every single item we have inside of our inventory, bar 2 inside of this barrel here. All that I've got left in my inventory are 35 lockpicks. Not exactly the most useful item in the game, but we're going to do something quite magical with them. For you see over here, we have a chameleon scroll. It's worth 58 gold. So with our inventory safely stored in this barrel, we're going to head on over to the empty barrel, press F so that way we can bring up our own inventory and safely deposit in our 35 lockpicks. Now this exploit is rather simple. You have the item on the left, which is what we're going to be duplicating, and the stack of items on the right, which determines the quantity we're going to get. We have 35 lockpicks, we have 1 chameleon scroll. Once this exploit is complete, we will have 35 chameleon scrolls. Now remember, this game has had years to patch all of these exploits, and this development team has done their best to tidy up as many of the glitches as they can. And yet, this duplication exploit is as simple as dragging from the right side of the screen to the other, then simply clicking on the item inside of your inventory, and it will be sent back into the barrel. Now what we have is 35 chameleon scrolls inside of a barrel, and our 35 lockpicks. That's quite interesting indeed. But it doesn't just work with scrolls, it can work with pretty much anything. This potion of healing, for example, that's going to be mightily expensive indeed. So we'll drag our lockpicks back over, select the potion of healing. Did I just duplicate my own gold? I just did. I just dragged the scrolls over and it just duplicated my gold. It's doing it again. Oh my goodness. Okay, so basically, when you drag the item over, it tries to target something in your inventory to duplicate to this quantity. In our case, by dragging the chameleon scroll over and clicking continue, instead of targeting the lockpicks in our inventory, it's targeting our gold. So we get 35 gold spawned out of thin air. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 2025 and Oblivion has just been granted its first gold glitch and the game just crashed. Praise be to you, Todd. You've done it again. Okay, I'm back pulling off this exploit again, and it's just really weirdly broken. The inventory transfer system in this game is just scuffed. So basically, I can drag this chameleon scroll into my inventory, click continue, and then it just picks an item from my inventory and just makes more of it. So I now have 104 Ken Boulette cap. I can aim it over here, and there you go. I can have 35 clay bowls. If I aim it down here, what do I get? Oh, I get some clouded funnel caps. Very fun. What if I aim it right up at the top? Wha-bam. It's more clouded funnel caps. All right, and so we can just keep doing this over and over again and getting a whole bunch of items. We now have 208 potions of healing that we've just summoned into the world. Am I over encumbered? Yeah, I'm over encumbered. Yeah, we need to store some of these away, but quite a lot of them are going to get sold off here for money. This is going to be the first time where I actually need to buy myself a house, because by storing items here, they can despawn over time. So yeah, let me just quickly scoliosis strut my way over to the shop. Perfect, we're going to go over to Aurelenway here, and we're going to sell her some of our potions, because we don't need all of them. And we can even do a little bit of haggling. So how about we do a little bit of basic haggling, and wha-bam. How would you like 15 of my potions? Oh, that's more gold than you actually have. Sell 4 potions for 236 gold. Perfect, it works. Sell 29 potions of healing for 171 gold. Yes, go. Perfect, we now have 2,000 gold, and we'll do it again. Now, although traders technically have infinite gold, they do have a limit per interaction, so we have to sell bit by bit. Don't ask why this is the case, just accept Todd's superior game design. And each time we're doing this, we're actually gaining some mercantile skills as well. Alright, now that this person absolutely loves me, I think I'm going to be able to up my haggling game. There we go, let's get up to 80% of the item's value. Let's sell some of these potions. Here we go, 760 gold, give it to me, yes. There we go. Big money making now. And there we go. Just like that, we've sold all of our potions of healing, and we now have 13,000 gold in the bank. Splendid. Now with the money we have in the bank, we're going to go over to Calandal here. We want something expensive to duplicate, like a grand soul gem. So we'll buy 1 grand soul gem.
I appreciate your business.
For 344 gold. Thank you, Calandal. Then we'll go back out into the market. And we'll get to duping this bad boy. Let's go. Just gotta find myself some barrels to put stuff in. Alright, so we'll safely drag out these soul gems onto this. Oh crap, the game crashed again. Todd! Right, so I'm back, and I spent a long old time duplicating and selling soul gems. So now we have a lot of gold, but not only that, we've also managed to max out our mercantile skill just from repeatedly selling items. So now we get the best possible prices wherever we shop. Don't ask how repeatedly trading with only one person is making Rianu Keeves the greatest merchant mind in the universe. You don't want the answer. So there we go, we've done it. We now have more money than we'll ever rationally need. However, we do still have a few limitations. Namely, we don't actually have a place to live, which is quite a predicament indeed. Because if we had a place to live, then we'd have a place to store all of our rubbish. So it's time for us to make a very treacherous journey. This might be the most perilous adventure Rianu Keeves has faced. That's right, we're going to an estate agent's.
All I have available right now is a hovel on the waterfront.
Well, I just happen to have 2,000 gold, so I'd love that house.
You may want to spruce it up a bit with some furnishings.
And there we go, we've bought ourselves a hovel. And then if we go find Sergius to speak to, we can spruce it up a little bit.
You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
I would like a dining area, thank you. I would like a kitchen area, thank you. I would like a sitting area, thank you. Like a storage area, I would like wall hangings, yay! I've now bought everything for my house in the Imperial City. Very cool. Right, okay, with the house purchased and all of my rubbish picked up, I've slowly waltzed my way, and I mean very slowly waltzed my way across the Imperial City, just so I can get to my door. Because now I can finally offload my massively large quantity of duplicated items into these boxes without fear of having it all stolen. Here we go. Look, a chest. Perfect. Please take all of my rubbish. Unsurprisingly, I don't need 104 Bulletti caps or a broom or 35 clay bowls. I mean, they're actually not worth anything. They're so useless. Why am I carrying it? All right, and there we go. With everything dropped off, oh my goodness, I can move at normal speeds again. Oh, Rihanna, it's wonderful. And look, we actually have ourselves a home, and we can sit by the fire, and we, I forget how derpy you look, but you're beautiful. So the next logical step is to sleep and level up, and then I want to improve another one of my stats. To be specific, the security perk. It's a very useful skill to level up, because being able to unlock certain areas can make solving quests very easy indeed. And considering we're the stealthiest being in the universe, I feel like we should have that skill. So I'm going to rest on up a bit. Then I can level up to level 4 and take a few points into speed and agility. Fantastic, we're doing great. Anyway, right, what we're going to do is level up our security stat, and the way you would normally do this is by lockpicking things. Now, the interesting thing about the lockpicking minigame is you get experience from setting a tumbler in the correct place and also successfully picking the lock, or even failing to pick the lock. All of these things grant experience. So yes, we could repeatedly fail this lock over and over again and get experience, but then we'd run out of lockpicks. Alternatively, the smarter way to do this is to push up the tumbler and then have it set in place, like so. From here on out, we can do something very entertaining. If we click, you'll notice that, ooh, the level up sound just played. That's very interesting indeed, but we're not getting into this lock. Oh, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's because someone over at Bethesda accidentally made it so that when you click your lockpick upwards, you gain experience. But if the tumbler is set in place, your lockpick isn't damaged. This means that every time we click our mouse button, we get security experience without there being any risk at all. So of course, I'm just going to hold down my auto clicker and I'm going to gain a decent amount of security experience without doing anything at all. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe we have completed security mastery. Huzzah!
People downstairs are making noise. Did I not unmute myself? Oh my god. Okay, just long story short, I thought I heard screaming. I think it's the neighbor's dog downstairs.
Yes, 100! All it required was Rihanna Keeves here sitting in front of a door, repeatedly jiggling the lock over and over again for 10 minutes. He didn't even unlock the lock in the end, but hey, he's still the greatest locksmith in the universe. That's just how video games work. Yes, with all of that extra experience, I'm going to go back into my house and have another little sleep. Well, today we've got a great offer at Spiffco. The first 15,000 people to like this video won't be visited by Rihanna Keeves in their sleep tonight. Isn't that great? What a shame for all those who didn't like the video in time. I won't forget you. Right, back to the video. Now that Rihanna Keeves is the wealthiest and stealthiest man alive, it's time to make him an absolute god when it comes to combat. And so for that, we'll start by purchasing some absurdly overpowered items. Starting here with Hamloff Redtooth.
What do you want?
He sells the Spectre Ring. Now, interestingly, if you've ever played Oblivion before, you've never seen this item. That's because in the original game, Hamloff here was meant to sell it. However, the developers accidentally put this item inside of a random NPC you can't trade with. As a result, the item existed in the game but could never be obtained. Luckily for us, Hamloff here is ready to part with it, and it's a very powerful thing indeed. So for the low cost of 8,000 gold, it is now ours.
A fine bargain for you.
Right, so we've grabbed some improved equipment and now we can start popping it on. Wabam, we're looking a bit more snazzy, yeah! Do the colors clash? Yes, they do. Does it matter to me? No, because I am now shiny and glowing. I can even put on this ring, but when I do, I gain a little bit of chameleon, which means I'm now partially invisible.
Morning.
However, I am still detectable. This NPC, for example, knows where I am. And that is because if we go into our current status effects, you can see that our chameleon is only at a magnitude of 25%, meaning we are 25% undetectable. So my goal is pretty simple. I want to become completely imperceivable in this game. If your character has 100% chameleon, they no longer become registered by the AI. When in the hands of a mage character who can use conjuration magic, that generally trivializes certain aspects of the game. So we need to do a couple of quests to get some items to help buff our chameleon stat. Oh my goodness, look, we've traveled and my head has come back into rendering distance, but my body hasn't. Oh dear, the chameleon spell works in mysterious ways. Oh dear, we're gonna have to take off this ring. I can't take it seriously with half my body missing, but my head still appearing. I took it off, but the effect is still remaining. Oh dear, is this another bug in the game? Is it a perfectly balanced video game as always? Right, here's our new staff that basically just hits an enemy with every possible effect. It's the classic 1-2-3 punch. Is that a bandit on the road there? Yeah, I can see some kind of bandit. Look at him. Hello there, you a highwayman or are you just a random passing individual? Oh my goodness, yeah, you are a bandit. Okay, right. Staff. Okay, I get the feeling that this staff is pretty powerful indeed. Yeah, this staff is just good. You just waltz up to an enemy, click, and it dies. It's like the Oblivion equivalent of running around with a gun. And I guess, also like a gun, we need to occasionally reload it, but with soul gems, not bullets. Anyway, here is Meridia's shrine, just up this hill. Wabam, hello, it is nice to see you, god. Well, one of the many gods. And we should be able to get ourselves a quest line.
These abominations. Not Meridia.
Okay, and the voice line just cuts off.
Hidden behind a door.
Okay, great work, Todd. Right, so the Daedra here has told me that there's a cult of necromancers nearby that she wants me to defeat, and in doing so, she will reward me with a prize. So yes, that is exactly what we're going to do. Right, so here we are at the Howling Cave, the site of those evil, dastardly necromancers. Let's go murder them. So into the dungeon we go. We should have some lovely evil necromancers in here. Oh, actually, even more dangerous. It's a mud crab. And here we go. We start seeing the undead. We've got a skeleton guardian. Oh, you've got a lot of health. Right, hit you with a zappy stick. How about you? Have you got health? Good stuff. And then off down in this direction. Yes, do we have more enemies? No, this is a... Oh, it is a hidden doorway. Lovely. Right, down into the lower galleries we go to face the necromancers. Oh, yep, that looks like a necromancer to me. Right, zappy. And fireball. Oh, no, he immediately got some of his health back. Right, hit him with a zappy stick. Zappy stick. Zappy stick. Zappy stick. Oh, my zappy stick is out of power. I'm going to die here. This went rather poorly, didn't it? Yes, that's our first death. Right, well, let's do this again, but instead with more power on the zappy stick. Right, zappy stick, zappy stick, zappy stick, zappy stick. And then we can leave this environment. There we go. We leave the room. Okay, we have probably 2 more charges on zappy stick. So we come back into the room, and then, yep, we can see the necromancers now waltzing off because they feel that they've dealt with me. Nice. So they won't notice me if I just sneak on in like a little lunatic. Ooh, black soul gem. Perfect. Now I just need to find one of the necromancers, blow them up.
Where are you?
Oh my goodness, I can hear someone. Hello. Zap the necromancer. Just repeatedly zap the necromancers. Right, there we go. Staff of Storms. It works. Keep hitting the necromancers. There we go. Zap. And zap. I got you. You didn't even have time to heal. There should be like 1 necromancer left somewhere over here. Right, zap, 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 zap. Here we go, yeah. Yeah, this is it. Oh, this is it. Zap. Big zapping. Yeah, let's see you do anything. And so that we can now make our way out of the dungeon as a glorious hero. And by hero, I mean I murdered all of these people really good. Fantastic. So we make our way back to the shrine and we can tell our god the good news. Hello there, Meridia. Guess what? The necromancers are dead.
Creatures were an affront to only...
And so just like that, we have been awarded with the wonderful Ring of Khajiit, which we can wear at the same time as our other Spectre ring. Now, what does the Ring of Khajiit do? A great question, I hear you say. Well, we can check out our magic system here, and you can see that the Ring of Khajiit is giving us 35% chameleon enchantment. For that exact reason, we are now at a magnitude of 60 chameleon. We are even harder to detect. When we stealth better than anyone. However, we're still missing a further 40% of the chameleon stat before we can become truly invisible to this entire game's universe. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be making our way to Kvatch, because in order to get the next bits of chameleon armor we need, we're going to need to get ourselves a sigil stone. They can only be retrieved by entering into a gate of oblivion. So it's up the mountain we go, up the mountain we go. I've got a bunch of resistances and I'm ready to fight some scamps. Oh yes, things have gotten spooky, and look at that, it's an oblivion gate! Looking better than ever before.
Stand back, civilian.
Oh, stand back, civilian. I'm no civilian. I am Rianu Keeves. Now, of course, because I am higher level, instead of there being just standard imps here, we have an entire flame Atronak instead. They're spicy, aren't they? Some would say. Alright, there we go. I'm just gonna repeatedly hit you with a bow and arrow. Ow, you tickled me. Ooh, ow, see how much damage.
That's that level scaling that level scaling stuff's the reason I didn't like Oblivion.
Damage I took there, when that did a grand total of 2 damage. Because of our 65% resistance to magic and then a 20% resistance to fire, yeah, heading into a gate of fiery hell actually isn't that bad for us. So yes, we need to make our way through this area and go find ourselves the sigil stone at the top of a dastardly tower. My goodness, this little guy is running at me. Hello, sir. Hello. Hey, don't hit me. I'm weak to physical damage. I don't like attention. Okay, do I know any magic that's better than that? I suppose I could just summon a Scamp instead. Here, come, fight for me, Scampy. Get it, Scampy, aim your shots better. Okay, look, Scampy, if you're going to be part of the team, you've got to do better. You don't fade out on me, Scampy. We had a moment. Yeah, this is one of the problems with the Oblivion leveling system, in that I've cheesed it so much that the enemies are now significantly higher level, and sure, I'm wearing really fancy armor, but most of my weaponry, it's still terrible. Alright, hit Flame Atronak with a soul trap. I want to steal your soul. No afterlife for you, friends. There we go. You've been sizzled. And I've captured your soul. Perfect. Now, by capturing your soul, I can start easily recharging my lovely staff of instant murder here. All right, up the tower we go. Let me hit you with a soul trap and then a murder. Goodness, this stick is very good, isn't it?
Doom music.
Demora Kinreeve, you're significantly more powerful than what I meant to be facing in this area. Oh, is that a second one? I've got to face a second one? Seriously? And I'll recharge my staff. There we go. Recharge. Wait, does that use the entire soul gem? Is it destroyed? Oh, I should have brought way more soul gems on this mission. Oh, we're in for a bad time. We're in for a very bad time. I really thought this was just going to be a wonderful walk through the park as I slowly, instantly murder people with my staff. But no. Come on, Scampy, do all the fighting for me, please. Oh, Beansy died. Okay, second Scampy, go. Come on, Scamp, do something. These arrows do basically no damage. And you've died, so I summon another one. And yeet. And yeet. And, oh, forget it. Run, run! All we need to do is get that sigil stone. We don't necessarily have to actually kill everyone. Good luck trying to catch Rianu Keeves. He's speedy. And here we are. We have the sigil stone ahead of us. This is where the fun now begins. You're going to want to drop down yourself a save game, because what happens is when we go up to the stone and interact, the game will then give us a sigil stone with a set of enchantments it can provide. If those enchantments are not chameleon, we're going to reload the save. This allows us to infinitely reroll whatever stone we get. So here comes our first stone, a lovely humble ascendant sigil stone, and if we click on it, it gives us damage fatigue on strike and fortify fatigue on self. Unfortunately for us, that's not what we're looking for, so we just click escape and load game. So we're back once again to pick up the sigil stone, and what do we get this time, Todd? It's going to be a new one, and it's fortify health and damage health on strike. Todd, I don't want that one. Okay, third time.
Dude, the neighbors are for like real yelling at each other. Like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just, I guess it's just disturbing. I should probably, instead of listening on my wireless earbud, I should just put on my headset and then I can't hear them screaming.
Time's the charm. This is it, Todd. I'm feeling it. It's another fortify health, absorb health on strike. Todd, that's not what I want. Oh, we did it. Oh my goodness, we finally did it. It's an Ascendant Sigil Stone, which provides Chameleon on self. Yes, this is it. It's fantastic. There we go. That's what we're looking for. So what we're now going to do is just allow this plane of oblivion to close, and we're going to make our way on out of here. Cool, we made it back, and I'm sure they're going to be mightily impressed. Unfortunately for them, I'm not going to actually stick around and save Kvatch, because no, that sounds like a lot of effort. Instead, I'm going to head on over to my house, and I'm going to do some dubious things with this new enchantment that I have access to. Fantastic, right, I've cleared out my inventory so that there is only 2 items remaining, 15 weak potions of healing and an Ascendant Sigil Stone. So I'm just going to duplicate the items like so, and wha-bam, we now have 15 Ascendant Sigil Stones. It really is that easy. Now here's the thing, Todd might want revenge on us, but there's no way he can get to me, because now I have everything I need. The Spectre Ring and the Ring of the Khajiit. These are 2 very wonderful items, and of course by equipping both of them, my Chameleon is at 60%. It's good, but it's not quite perfect. So I'm going to grab 2 pretty terrible items, rough leather boots and rough leather cuirass. With them, we're going to be able to make some sneaky boots. Wha-bam! Let's pop that bad boy on. And then finally, with the rough leather cuirass, we're going to be able to make the hide-and-seek world champion. There we go, our final enchantment. And just like that, when we pop on all of these items, yes, we don't have any trousers on, but that doesn't matter, because in the active magic effects, our Chameleon is at 110%. So now, with the way that we are decorated, we are unable to be perceived by anyone.
What?
And he can see me, provided I interact with him. But as soon as I stop interacting with him, this man cannot see me. He's not even looking at me. He doesn't understand why he's walking into a solid object. Quite powerful indeed. But the thing is, we can actually do some more cheesy things. You see, with a bow and arrow, we can endlessly stealth. In front of us is an Imperial Watch Guardsman who is unable to perceive me. I mean, look, I can't be detected. And so, of course, I can just shoot him.
Here, we'll get back to Spiffing Brit in a second. Let me show you guys something. There's the AC, where is it? Right there. So that's the AC unit. And then that little box right there, that's a water pump. And it's supposed to pump the condensation up to where it goes out to the drain on the roof. Now the problem is that there's water dripping down over here. And the floor is wet over here. So I have no idea how long it's been doing this, but I got a towel down there. And I'm trying to figure out why. I mean, did it break? I'm sure it's under warranty. The thing just got installed. But I'm gonna go ahead and turn off the AC, and I'll just leave it off for a day. Maybe it froze. Maybe it's got like there's a frozen thing in there, and that's why the water's not pumping or something. Could be like a big icicle or something, because that happens. So I'm just going to leave it off until tomorrow, I guess. And we'll turn it back on and see what happens, because there's a lot of water down here, y'all. There's like, yeah. That's a lot. I didn't even notice it, because I got a mat down on the tile. And the water's not like over here, but it's all over here and under everything's wet. Not the computer, thank God. Not the electrical or anything, but it's all just wet over here. But I didn't notice it at all until my foot I was like, why is my foot wet? And I was like, where's the water coming from? And now I know. So the source of the water is the AC unit. So, I'll just wait a day let everything thaw out, hopefully, and turn it back on. If it's working again, we're good. If not, then we gotta call the guy and talk about the warranty. Well, I'll figure all that out, and then I'll let my roommate know, because it's his place. Though I did help pay for the AC unit. Okay. Let's finish spiffing Brit, and then I'm happy to report that I've applied to a total of 5 jobs today. And I only need to apply to 5 a week according to the Florida unemployment, but I do 5 a day. So we can go ahead and move over on to the exercise and continue the documentaries.
This causes a little bit of a problem because he has been attacked, but he is unable to know from where he has been attacked. Do you know where I am, sir? No, you don't. You cannot know where I am. So I will repeatedly shoot you in the head for 3 times sneak damage. Where are you going, sir? Come back. Don't you want another one? And so, just like this, I can repeatedly sneak attack the guardsman over and over again. Where is he running off to? Are there any other innocent civilians around here for me to level up on? Ah, yes, here's one. Yeet. Come back, sir, please. I'd like to talk to you about your extended warranty, sir. Oh, no. I know some people talk about Vikings wanting to die in glorious battle, but no, this is the pose you want to strike. And you know what? Seeing as we're a decent enough level now, I think we go after a high-powered sword. Yeah, I think we go for Umbra. That's right. In the previous video, it was the sword we went for and had to fight a lot to get, but no, I believe as a being of 100% chameleon, we should find it significantly easier to kill Umbra. So yes, we're running straight on over to Vin Diesel to go and claim a mighty sword.
Yes?
Yes, hello, nice to see you. Now, unfortunately for Umbra's current wielder, I can shoot her in the head, and she's now in combat, but she doesn't know where the combat is coming from, so she must run away in a direction. Where are you going, Umbra? Come on, there we go, that's more like it. Calm down. Calm down, Umbra. Where are you going, Umbra? Come back. Come back, Umbra, please. Umbra, stop retreating. This is highly awkward if you run away. So, this is going to take a bit of time, and it is rather cheesy, but I will eventually kill Umbra. So it's time for just repeated sneak attacks of Umbra in the corner here, I think. It's not the most effective way of fighting, but Umbra can't react, so this is what we're going to be doing.
Where are you?
Where am I indeed, Umbra? Where could the arrows possibly be coming from? Look, in the mid-2000s, this was riveting gameplay, okay? Yes, finally! It happened, oh my goodness, finally. We did it! We defeated Umbra! That was indeed one of the fights I've ever done. I think we fired over 50 arrows into Umbra's body, all so that we could get our hands on this sword, the Sword of Umbra. We could do some gauntlets, I guess, and some greaves. There we go. So we now have trousers. We're significantly better dressed. So yes, we have a brand new swanky sword and we are an imperceivable god. Oh look, there's a piggy over here. Okay, Mr. Piggy, you can't see me. And consequently, huzzah, sneak attack. Oh, you lived. Ah, you lived. 3 hits. Guess piggies are a little bit stronger than I previously anticipated. Right, so after fighting Umbra, it's become relatively clear that we're not exactly incredible. Yes, we can't be detected, which means we can't die, but we also struggle to kill every single NPC in the game. And so that means we need to get more powerful. So I have one final goal today. We're going to kill the most annoying NPC in this game. No, I'm not talking about the adoring fan, he's beautiful. We're after Lazare Milvan, a snobby Breton noble in Skingrad. But of course we've learned that our weapons aren't the most powerful, so we need a new solution of easily dispatching NPCs. And for that, we're going to fast travel up to Chadinal. Yes, once you arrive, simply run on outside of the gates, start making your way up the hill to Fort Farragut. It's an area that you can access at any point in the game, and it's very useful indeed, because it holds 10 horrifically overpowered items. Now, of course, this is technically a dungeon. I mean, there's a large amount of undead skeletons around here and all that kind of fun stuff, but we don't need to worry about that. Instead, you're going to use your cheated security skill to just break your way through this door here. Then we're just going to run past all of these incredibly overpowered skeleton warriors. There are various floor traps to keep an eye out for, but, you know, we can just dodge past most of those. And then finally, at the end here, we have ourselves the special room. In this little space here, you'll actually find the bed of a Dark Brotherhood associate, and this is where he's been hiding out and doing a fair bit of work. But most importantly, in the corner here, we have this little barrel. And inside this barrel, oh, it's 10 poisoned apples. Now, you might be thinking that, a poisoned apple doesn't exactly seem that powerful. After all, if you check the game's Wikipedia, all it does is 10 points of damage per second. Most NPCs in the game have more than 10 health, so that's not exactly going to be useful. Well, the special thing about the poisoned apple is its effects are permanent, and it ignores all poison resistance. This means that if an NPC consumes a poison apple, they will die. Now, this barrel does restock after a certain amount of time, however, a real intelligent sausage will just be using the item duplication exploit to grant themselves an infinite amount of poisoned apples. So with our poison apples secured, it's time for us to head on over to Skingrad and meet this highly annoying gentleman. And just down the road from our entrance, we have the home we're looking for. Lazar Milivan, yes. Here he is. Hello, let's say hi to him.
You are obviously of low birth.
How incredibly rude. This is literally the equivalent of Nazim from Skyrim, and that means he's just distasteful.
Leave me and I will spare you.
Now, he tells me to go away. Now, that's quite rude indeed, but instead we're going to do something different. We're going to engage in a little bit of theft. You see, by crouching on down, we are of course undetectable, and in this state we can do some pretty sneaky things, like take all of his food away, which is exactly what we're going to want to do. Now, NPCs in Oblivion are fully simulated. They have day-night cycles, whereby they sleep, wake up, and eat food. However, if there is no food to hand, the NPCs must find food and consume that instead. In my case, I've basically taken away all of the food that this gentleman can have access to. Sorry, Lazare, there's no food around. And now, with my level 100 sneak skill and perfect invisibility, I'm going to do a cheeky little bit of reverse pickpocketing. Yes, we're going to take one poisoned apple and place it inside of his inventory. So now we need to do is wait for his designated time to eat food, which in the case of this gentleman is at 8 PM. I know he's a little bit of a late eater. So we're about to wait until 7:58 PM, and in just 2 minutes time he is going to start his dinner time, which is fantastic. Why is he just following me around? Sir, you can't actually see me. AI, just stop pretending that you can see me.
Excuse me, but you have to leave now. I need to lock up.
Now, because it's nighttime, he's asking me to leave his house, which is understandable, even though he technically can't perceive me, but, you know, it's just the game bugging out. So yes, we'll leave the house, crouch on down, and then immediately go back inside, at which point he should now be ready for dinner. As we have removed all food in the world, he now takes the poison apple outside of his inventory and eats it. And just like that, we murdered a man without actually murdering him. Now, when the guards come along, this man died of purely natural causes. What a shame. The poison apple has absolutely no counter in Oblivion. There is nothing that any NPC can do to stop Rianu Keeves now. If this is their only source of food, they will eat it at some point, and then they will die. With this, we can kill anyone. Right, and there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We've proven that the Oblivion Remaster is indeed a perfectly balanced game. We have taken Rianu Keeves from a level 1 scrub and transformed him into something incredible, something imperceivable. Of course, there are so many more exploits in Oblivion that I've discovered over the last few days, and I'd love to show them off if it's something you're interested in. So hop on down to the comment section and let me know if you'd want to see the adventures of Rianu Keeves continue. Anyway, as always, thank you very much for watching, and a special thanks to all of our Patrons and YouTube channel members for making this all the more possible. And I'll see each and every one of you in the next one. Have a lovely day, and goodbye for now.
Phoebus says, just a suggestion, perhaps limit it to a total of 10 good quality ones a week and use the rest of the time to try and get alt revenue streams going. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Instead of just throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall. Though I have been filtering. I haven't applied for anything under the sun, but I did read the job description. I'm like, yeah, I can do that. But that's a better idea. I think I'm looking forward to trying to set up some Fiverr pages and a couple other things. I think I'll find that more fulfilling, especially if I get a hit, which would be great. We'll set up a Fiverr page. I will be your project manager. That'd be a lot of fun. I really like project management. I really do. All right, what are we going to get into while I exercise? What are we going to do? I'm the guy who's streaming. I'm the one who's supposed to know all this shit. I don't want anything political. I got a ton of. Oh man, they're still yelling. They're like fighting. They're like mad at each other or something. You know, this is. It has been so peaceful around here because, like I said, my roommate's been out with his girl and his girlfriend. Like she would never raise her voice. She's very she's well, at least I don't think she would. She wouldn't be screaming like the people are downstairs. I'll tell you that. Like, it's just I just realized how peaceful things are around here until the neighbors downstairs start screaming. Everything's peaceful here. It's just down there. It's not. I mean, they're going through something. Humans got to have their emotions. We all do. I get it. That's a bunch of research. That's a bunch of research. Okay. Well, I guess since we're going to play, let's look at the agenda real quick. What do we got? We got the exercise. Okay. And then we're going to exercise and we're going to do... We're going to work on the script and we'll do the Fiverr stuff first thing in the morning when I'm fresh. I was just off today. We're going to get up early tomorrow. We're going to set the alarm right now. It's 8, 9, 10, 11. So we got 3 more hours. I got about 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'll be 7 hours. $7 a.m. would be 8 hours. I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep 8 hours, but let's just say I start live streaming because I'll have breakfast. I got food. It was big a couple of years ago. What's Upworks? Let's check out Upworks right now, actually. How you doing, Gus? Upworks. Upwork.com. Connecting clients that needed freelancers who deliver. Oh, okay, cool. No cost to join, post a job, and hire top talent. In fact, let's look into it. Let's do. I'm actually interested. Okay, so I have a lot of different talents. Oh, let's actually do this in ChatGTP. I'm live streaming this right now, so don't respond with anything too personal. With anything that uses my personal information, but I want to ask you to help me compare and formulate a plan for generating additional streams of revenue. I recently got laid off 2 months ago, and I'd like to do more than just apply for jobs on various websites. You have my resume and my skill set from previous conversations. I'm thinking about setting up the following services. I will be your project manager, and offer various tiers based on size and complexity of project. I will AI implementation of customer-facing support workflows. On my last job, I reduced number of cases need to be touched by a human from 99% to 29%. Huge savings for small business, huge savings in operations costs for small businesses. And then I will be your active listener. My friend says this is a thing, and you can charge, you can charge $60 an hour in some cases. Okay. Now here's where we loop it all back around. Oh, guess Scott, in your best Liam Neeson voice, what I do have here is a very particular set of skills I've required over a long career. Yeah. I actually do. I've been I pick up new skills as a form of entertainment. And then I get bored and I go pick up a new set of skills. I've been that way since I was like 7 years old. I know a lot of crap about a lot of crap. And I learn enough about something to get bored with it, and then I move on to the next thing. And it's worked very good as an operations manager and a project manager. So okay. Oh yeah, let's add that there. I will. Oh no, that can be a project. We'll talk about the various projects. All right. So now the question is, how can I, quickly set these up and get the offerings in front of a lot of people? Well, for starters, I was thinking about setting up a Fiverr page for each one of these. And then a viewer of mine suggested Upwork.com as well. So maybe I should make a page. So maybe I should make pages there too. You know, create a grid of similar pages such as Fiverr and Upwork. In other columns, provide data like general rating, general company rating, sites like Trustpilot. I can never spell pilot. Pilot. Yeah, it's Trustpilot. Okay. And so it's like Trustpilot. Average daily page views. Most recent data. What else? Specialty. Wow. Or benefits of that particular platform. And another column for any weaknesses or drawbacks. All right, here we go. We fed it a big prompt. All right, let's explore how we can effectively establish and promote your proposed services, proposed offerings. Project manager service. Offered tier packages based on project size and complexity. Highlight your experience in managing diverse projects and delivering results. AI implementation for customer support workflows. Emphasize your success. Target small businesses looking to optimize their support systems. Active listening sessions. Provide empathetic listening services. A growing niche with rates up to $60 an hour. Position the service as a support system for individuals seeking for someone to talk to. Okay. Okay, cool. So Gus, Upwork is like the second biggest website compared to Fiverr when it comes to that kind of stuff. So that's a great suggestion. So it looks like I will be setting up profiles on both, buddy. Let me actually let's actually put that under the employment. We'll do the Upwork, and then let's go ahead and pull up the old Fiverr. And let's put that under the employment bookmark too, my friend. Okay. Suitable for long-term projects, diverse job categories. This is where I'll get most of my project management stuff. Quick gig setup, ideal for creative and tech services. 20% service fee, high competition. Requires purchasing contacts to apply for jobs. Competitive bidding. What? Requires purchasing connects to apply for jobs. Oh. Huh. I'm sure there's a good reason for that. We might do Upwork after we get some revenue. We might be in a catch-22 here. The problem is I need some more money so I can make more money. Isn't that the internal problem? Profile setup. Create professional profiles on selected platforms. Tailoring each. Okay, we'll look in more to Upwork. I'm not turned off or anything. I can totally understand why they would want people. They want to put some money into the system so scammers stay away, because scammers are trying to make money. Like if they have to spend a little bit of money every time they try to interact with somebody who needs a business thing, then that's going to be a filter right there. Because if it's free, there's going to be a whole bunch of bullshit. It's because there's people that are be on there that are desperate. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Because there's going to be people, especially on the site, a much more professional site like Upwork. There'll be businesses that are like desperate, and when businesses are desperate, they love to throw money around. So the scammers will be all about that. But there's a paywall, so it cuts down on that bullshit. Profile setup, portfolio development, marketing strategy, sharing blogger, YouTube, networking, join, continuous improvement, seek feedback, stay updated. Okay. Okay, well, we'll get the Fiverr set up tomorrow. We'll look into the Upwork thing tomorrow. Make a plan for Upwork. We might do a video editing one too. I can take. Let's add that to the list. Actually, I will be your video director, editor, producer, make videos, show off your work on YouTube. Okay. And we get people to pay us for making some videos too, because I can do that. I can make videos. If y'all want me to make a video, I could take some money. I need some money. What I'm not going to do is the dark side Phil bullshit. But I will work for my money. All right. Let's move. That's not getting done. There are some tutoring jobs that I should apply for. 2 hours doing that. Let's move this up here. We're gonna get up at. I ain't getting up at. We're gonna make 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock's when we're gonna start tomorrow. Let's do that right there. Well, if we're starting, okay, it's more like gonna be 8. Let's make it 9. Because we're going to get up and I'm going to be... I should have breakfast right before we start. Okay. I had my shot really late today. Let's make sure I take my hormones earlier. I can't be taking my hormones this late. I probably shouldn't have taken my hormones. I might be up all night because I took my medicine this late. I don't know. That's probably what it was. That's probably what's keeping me up, now that I think about it. Okay. Hey, take it easy, Phoebus. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you around. Glad you were able to get that processor. Let's do the shot at noon. I don't want to do it. Yeah, noon seems good. If I had my shot at 6, damn, I took a shot that late. Fuck, I'm gonna be up tonight. This is gonna suck. routine's really important to me. If I don't, I got to get into a routine. And we started here. And we'll call this simulcast. Live streaming. Okay. I like to keep track of the things that I do. Yeah, I don't really get a poor night's. Yeah, I got a poor night's sleep last night. And then we just basically, caught up on rest. Yeah, I had like a sleep debt. And I will say I did spend some time cleaning the kitchen. Because if I don't do this, I'll try to think about the things that I did in a week, and I won't be able to remember them, and I'll feel like I didn't get shit done. Now it looks like I haven't been getting shit done this week. I don't know. Yeah, because I started late on Monday. Yeah, it's just been. I just got to keep going. All right. There we go. There's that. So I want to copy that and Fiverr pages. Here, let's move that down there. We make a dark green for money. Okay. So tomorrow we'll get up at 8:30. Let me make sure my alarm's set. That's in 12 hours. That's fine. 8:30. We're gonna say live stream starts at 9. How far Deathforged, and Gus, what time is it in y'all's neck of the woods? I'm basically on Eastern time. Gus is over on Eastern too? Okay. So I'm going to start. It helps me concentrate to work on all this stuff too. And then I also like showing people my workflows. Because people are like, oh, wow, I didn't know you could use an AI like that. And I'm like, yep, super helpful. Somebody actually requested I make a video about how I use AIs. I'll get it done. So live stream starts at 9. Okay, so I got an alarm for 8:30 a.m. Live stream starts at 9 a.m. So I'll see that. I'll probably be way up before. I don't see myself up. We go to bed at about 11 at midnight. Yeah, we just call it at midnight. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, it's 4 more hours. Okay. All right, let's find. We got all this figured out. So we got our exercises set up, and I got. So we're gonna get through the exercises, and then we'll hop over to just the gaming because we're doing the Fiverr page tomorrow. Let's get that done, and then I can focus on other things like a music video or the next script for the video for the game dev thing. and I like the way that script is developing. I think it's going to be a really good video essay. I've in no way abandoned it. I've just been out of it, and I got priorities, financial priorities I need to focus on. So. Just doing what I got to do. So here's the workout. What are we going to watch? We just got done watching Spiffing Brit. What else has he released recently? He makes a lot of Skyrim stuff. Oh, he did Tanny Grill. Oh, we watched that. All right, let's see what else we got. What's Critical Drinker up to? Indie games are the enemy now. Let me see something. Am I not subscribed to that guy? Yeah, I am right there. Okay. I'm just trying to find some sort of... Oh, let's do that. That's not what I was looking for. It's Never Knows Best, not Everett. Oh, that's right. We've pretty much checked out all his stuff. The other stuff is like a little bit too negative. A little bit too culturally charged, let's say. Yeah. Oh, you guys can hear him now? You can I think the mic's hot enough you can actually hear the people yelling below. That's crazy. I guess let's see what Drinker has to say about Bloodlines, and that'll give me time to think of... Oh, let's just watch... Where is Red Letter Media? Right there. Oh, they just haven't released anything since the last time we were here. We watched the documentary or the review of The Fly from the 80s movies, the Cronenberg flick. And that's where I learned yesterday that David Cronenberg was the director to Eastern Promises. And I had no idea. I like that movie. I had no idea he was the director. I thought it was like Ron Howard or some Schumacher. Nah, not Schumacher. Oh, Star Trek Motion Picture. Let's check it out. Where's part 1 though? Star Trek The Next Generation Season 1. Okay, this is super nerdy. Let's do it.
Why, hello, my friend Rich Evans.
Hi, Mike. I see you've had us gather here today. What are we going to talk about? Are we going to talk about Star Trek Discovery Season 3?
Nope.
Oh, okay, well, the Mandalorian Season 2.
Not that either.
The Expanse?
That's a really good point, Gus. I think one of the you gave me a great idea. I can make. Okay, hold on. And you can upload like videos and stuff here, can't you? Oh, are you gonna block me out from even looking? This is like logo design. I don't know. I'm looking to see if people offer AI artists, cartoons, comics, pattern design, web architecture, product and gaming. Well, big deal. I can do. So you got this stuff here. Like, girl, that website looks just like a WordPress template. Like, okay. 2-day delivery, 2 revisions, basic. Is there a video? Is there a way? Man, y'all hear that? They're like yelling. Somebody's really upset. Let's ask real quick. Can you have a video on your profile page? Yes, you can have a video, and absolutely should. Okay. Allows you to upload one video up to 75 seconds long. The video needs to be under 50 megabytes in MP4. Fair. So we just lowered the bit rate. Gigs with video reportedly sell up to 2. Okay, so we make a... Alright. Look directly at the camera, introduce yourself, briefly explain the gig, use subtitles. Okay, and then we make that video, and then we actually tell the people to go to the YouTube page where I have some of this project management stuff, like the productivity tools, the processes, the Kanban stuff, like you're saying. And I can have some short little videos there, and they can see, oh, this guy knows his stuff. He's actually making videos about how to actually work and do it. He looks like he knows what he's talking about. So that's a good idea, Gus. That's another reason why I was doing the video essay. Because that'll lead back into my operations and project management stuff. Okay.
Today we're going to talk about Star Trek The Next Generation, Season 1.
Oh my God! So Star Trek The Next Generation Season 1. The dreaded Star Trek The Next Generation Season 1.
Yes, this is the thing the internet wants us to talk about the least. So we both kind of ignored Star Trek The Next Generation when it first came out. I was like,
That's not Kirk.
Because this had been in like the works for a while. It was Star Trek Phase 2, everybody knows about that. Phase 2 became the motion picture. So it was like a whole backstory. I think we talked about this before. And it got off to a rocky start, to say the least, for a number of different reasons.
Yeah.
One being Gene Roddenberry was a notorious prick running Star Trek The Next Generation Season 1.
And I feel that it was because he felt cut out of the movies, that he wanted absolute control on this TV series. And that put a lot of pressure on him when he wasn't in the best of health. And also, I sometimes think he thought we were all his enemies, but we weren't.
There were writers that were just quitting left and right. New writers would come in. He had this mandate where all the characters can't have conflicts. The Star Trek crew, they can't have inner conflicts. They all have to work together peacefully. You can't have this, you can't have that. And they were like, how do we write dramatic television when we have all these rules? And he would come in, and I think I read that the first 15 scripts, the first 15 episodes, Gene Roddenberry would take it and I'm gonna fix everything.
There were scripts that there was no discussion. Gene would take them and just eviscerate them or rewrite them completely.
So it ended up being sort of a not so great experience for a lot of the actors and people involved in season 1.
Yeah.
Rocky start.
Yeah.
To say the least. And then it, of course, found its footing.
We're growing. Something about us compels us to learn.
It's also a challenge when, like, I feel bad. Like, I love Star Trek The Next Generation, and I want to recommend people watch it, but I feel bad because I know what I say. I know when I tell you that you should watch Star Trek The Next Generation, you go, okay, I'll start at the beginning. That's the logical thing to do. And then you get hit with Encounter at Farpoint, which is one of the better episodes of season 1, and it's also terrible.
Yes. Well, that's the thing is, like, I went through all the episodes of season 1, and I found little bright spots here and there that I enjoyed. And
you challenged me. Specifically, you challenged me to find 3 episodes I like in season 1.
You say challenge, I say torture.
Yes.
I will fully admit I did this for my own sick pleasure.
Because I got like 2.5.
Oh, 2.5.
I got like 2.5. I technically have 3.
I have 3.5.
Oh.
Yeah, and I'm very we don't know each other's picks.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see what you picked. Because, oh boy, there are some episodes I hate. And I've almost finished watching season 2 now. Mm-hmm. And there are some episodes that I hate in season 2, but there are some really darn good ones.
Season 2 is really weird. 1 is like consistently, yeah. Season 2, it's.
Okay, I gotta. This is the portion of the live stream where I actually do the exercise. This way, like, I'm just holding myself accountable because I got laid off and then I kind of fell out of habit of going to the gym. So by having the exercise here on the live stream agenda, like it's kind of a way for me to at least get up and get some exercise. I mean, shit, I sit down at the desk for over 8 hours a day, so it's like really important for me to get up and move around. And even if I don't go to the gym, like there's plenty of stuff that I can do here. So this is kind of like my warm up that I do to kind of get the blood going and get moved around. Then I got this core exercise here to kind of because I gotta keep my lower back and my abs in shape. Otherwise, I'm gonna have back problems because I'm tall. So it's very important for me to kind of get this moving and get moving like this. Otherwise, I'm going to have a sore back, and it could, it hurts, So it's do these exercises or have a bad back basically, and then I do these and stuff because there's no push-ups or anything over here. So just some general push-ups and sit-ups too, some punches, right? So I'm probably going to stick with this little routine for the next couple of weeks, and then we'll work out some sort of advanced thing. But I would encourage you folks to, if you haven't exercised today, you could follow along. I'm doing all these exercises right here at my desk with just a little bit of room. So if you can manage it, go for it. I certainly feel a lot better knowing that I get this stuff done because, one, that way I don't have a bad back. 2, I feel like I'm actually getting up and getting those endorphins going and stuff, and I just feel a lot better every day I do this. I get mad at myself if if I don't do this stuff. Though there are days where I'm like, you should take it easy. Did you hear that? They're going crazy downstairs. Okay. All right. Well, let me mute my mic so they don't hear me huffing and puffing, and then we'll watch these two guys talk about Star Trek Next Generation, which was like late 80s, early 90s television. So this is like a window into a time before the internet was. Yeah, most people didn't know about the internet. Most people thought the internet was America Online, and that wasn't until the early 90s.
It's got the worst episodes of all time, but it's also got like the best. Season 2 is like peaks and valleys.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ironically, the valley is, I wanted to say peak performance. But I thought peak performance was shades of gray.
Yeah. Yeah.
That joke really would have worked if Shades of Grey was called peak performance. But we all know peak performance is we talked about the production of it, how it was a disaster, everything went wrong. Everybody hated being on the show to the point where one of the main cast members said she wanted to quit.
Have you been treated well, Lieutenant?
The writers all hated Gene Roddenberry. Gene Roddenberry hated the writers. The production crew hated the actors.
There was a real uncomfortable dynamic that existed between what was going on stage and what was happening in the offices. There was real conflict there.
If you're not careful, you could kill yourself.
The actors hated the production crew. Craft services hated the actors. The actors loved the craft service food, though.
My first pick is episode called 11001001.
Okay.
The Binars episode.
All right.
And this is an episode. It's not the most complicated plot in the world.
Let me stop you there.
Yeah.
That can be applied to all 26 episodes of season 1.
So the Enterprise is coming in to get some upgrades to its computer systems. And so it's going into Stardock. And they reuse some gorgeous Star Trek 3 shots of a starbase. They just replace the Enterprise A with the D going into the dock.
Yes, and in 70 years' time, they build a Stardock that is 55 times bigger than the Stardock scene in the...
Because the D is so much larger. Yeah, that makes sense.
Just fits right in that door.
Just fits right in.
Just like the Enterprise A.
It's fine.
Also, I believe it's season 2 when the Enterprise goes... Oh, it's Measure of a Man. When the Enterprise goes to the Regular 1 base.
Yeah.
And, oh boy, it is not to scale. The Regular 1 base is a tiny base that they've reused that model multiple times. And then the Regular 1 base is behind, it's not that base, it's a star base.
Yeah.
But it's behind the Enterprise D. And the base is this big, and the Enterprise D is floating in front of it this big, which means the windows on the star base would have to be about 15 stories tall.
But the main reason I picked this episode, like the main one, it took some time to flesh out some crew members. This is like the first time I think in the series we see the crew like have a life outside of their jobs.
Then I'm going to my cabin, I'm going to put my feet up, I'm going to turn on my personal relaxation light, and I'm going to lose myself in the pages of some old novel.
Picard is talking about how he's looking forward to just staying in his quarters and reading a good book, which is a very Picard thing to do. Data she's trying to paint, and his best friend Geordi is there helping him paint, and that's a character thing. That is Data. He's not just on the bridge saying, "I have calculated the odds of us surviving this." No, it's just little. You see, we see some of the first human moments on this show. In season 1, what I found rewatching season 1, very dry. As far as the characters go. And it's like just seeing Tasha Yar and Worf dressed in like some kind of sports outfits, they're getting ready to play a game together. Those little touches like that was neat.
If winning is not important, then Commander, why keep score?
If winning is not important, then why keep score?
Yes. I don't have much other good to say about it. This is the Minuet episode.
Yes. That's my least favorite thing about it.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so the premise is the Binars.
The Binars are this alien race, and that's another. I guess I'll get into that later. That's another good thing. I like the Binars, but they are like a race that is highly integrated with their computers. Like their central computer on their planet is very important for them to even live. They are so connected to their computers. But the problem is, a star near them has gone supernova, which is going to wipe out their computers for a bit, and that will kill them all. So they need to steal the Enterprise so they can upload their computer onto the Enterprise temporarily to save their species. So their whole thing is they're going to fake this little disaster on the Enterprise that'll cause them to like eject the ship out of the star.
They want to hijack the ship.
They're going to hijack the ship to save their planet as a backup in case they all pass out and die before they can finish their task. They want Riker and Picard on the ship just as a backup. Like, you know, if we all die, these two guys, they'll come about and they'll solve our problems for us. Right. But we need to keep them on the ship while getting everybody else off the ship. So they create Minuet.
Right.
Gentlemen, if this is what you call enhancement, you've got a gift for understatement.
Because they're so computerly advanced, the holodeck is probably just like a child's toy to them. They did some tweaks to it, and they realized they could create a very realistic human that Riker, who is the resident sex predator, he is enamored with and distracted by. And of course, Picard...
This is a wonderfully awkward moment where Picard walks in on Riker's sex fantasy. Picard's almost got this like smug look on his face, like he knows what's going on.
Right. No, two's company, three's a crowd.
Riker's like, oh, no, it's fine. Come on in.
What's wrong with
we weren't
that?
doing anything.
I don't need your fantasy women.
And then we can get into some unintentionally creepy stuff here.
Riker does creepier things in later episodes.
Yeah, sure, but one of the things you have to notice when watching season 1 is just the way they write women. Like, the episode Naked Now, the drunk virus. Yeah. All of the male characters in that show, they're bravely holding their space liquor. Like, no, we gotta fight this and solve this problem. All of the female characters instantly become man crazy and horny.
I'm a woman. I haven't had the comfort of a husband, a man. You wanted me?
I'm getting you to sick bay.
Wouldn't you rather be alone with me? With me in your mind?
And it's the most cringe thing ever. So you have this scene in Minuet where they're talking to Minuet like she's an object. I mean, she is an object, but it's just kind of, works at another unintended level.
Great job, boys. But computer, blondes and jazz seldom go together.
It's a show that was made in the late 80s with scripts that were written in the 60s for the original show by writers who grew up in the 30s.
Now that is truly exceptional.
See, here's the thing. Roddenberry, very progressive gentleman, but when it came to sex, his attitude was, yes, please. And so he wanted them women in those mini skirts.
I thought that the women's roles, I thought, they didn't have to tell me, were stereotypical and not thought through, and that they were fulfilling a kind of archetypal female television role, you know. The token dark-haired one, the token, in our case, redhead, the token blonde with Denise. 110011 Binar code.
Yeah.
Fine episode. I kind of like that the Binars they're kind of childlike.
Okay, this was something else. I like them as like a race in Star Trek. Every other Star Trek race is just like normal people, but with shit on their forehead. Yeah. But we recognize them as basically being and acting, human. Like Ferengis, they're just greedy people, basically. But the Binars feel alien to me, and just like the way their society potentially is, the way they behave,
Would you like to try the enhancement?
All right.
They communicate, they work in pairs.
Yeah.
Hence the Binars. And then, they're linked to their partner, and they communicate back and forth. They find speech is too slow.
And the makeup's a little bit more complicated than just, we're going to slap some shit on their nose.
Yes, and they're shorter. They're little people.
Yeah.
They're pink. They have an interesting look to them. An interesting idea that they're so advanced that they've incorporated technology, which is probably the future of humanity at some point.
Yeah.
Which is nice. And then at the end, Picard's just like,
why didn't you just ask for our help?
Why didn't you just ask us for help? And they said, if we asked, you could have said no.
For a race that's connected to the computer, just all logic, made perfect sense. Too important to ask. We must do this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though there was like a 99% chance the Federation would have agreed to help them, the computer logic can't take the chance. 1% chance, not worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So those are some positives I found.
I think I just found the holodeck stuff creepy.
Oh yeah.
And, general unexcitement of it.
Season 1.
Which is season 1.
Season 1. Oh, I will say, I have a thing here in my notes for the 11001001 episode. Geordi says the dumbest thing that Geordi has ever said. Because I think it's Wesley detects like a major antimatter malfunction.
I'm reading a problem with the magnetic containment field which contains the antimatter. Could you come up here?
Like the ship might blow up, and Geordi says, don't tell the captain until we've checked this out ourselves.
We'll go to engineering since that's where the trouble is. Wes, don't disturb the captain or Commander Riker until we check this out. Aye, sir.
It's like, Geordi.
He spent a little too much time on Benzar.
Wait. Oh, yeah, okay. I get that joke. It's a good season 2 episode.
Didn't mean to offend you.
My first pick from season 1, Symbiosis. And I think I mentioned this to you.
Well, that's one of mine.
Very good. We can talk all about it.
And now I'm left without a good third. So this is great.
This might be the best episode in season 1.
It's pretty good.
Even though it's very simplistic, again, but that's fine.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I have it as ethical and a prime directive.
Yeah.
It's both. So the Enterprise is out to mediate a dispute between 2 neighboring planets. While they're out there, they run into a freighter that's falling apart. The guidance system's broken, and I think it's about to crash into a planet, right? And everybody on the freighter just seems like they're drunk.
Well, that is a little vague. What is the computer analysis?
Well, the computer's not working very well.
Or stupid.
They seem like they're stupid, because I think they seem like they're drunk. That's kind of a clue as to what's going on. But at first, you watch it, you just think they're stupid. It reminded me of the Packlids.
Do you need help?
We are Packlids.
Our ship is the Mondor. It is broken.
Captain, how long have you been in command of this freighter?
7 years. This is my 26th voyage to Brecca.
And you don't know how to align a control coil?
Never come up.
Can anyone else over there do it?
Hold on, I'll ask.
The lead guy, there's two guys. The lead guy is Merrick Buttrick, who played Kirk's son.
Yeah. It's also a Rathacon reunion because the other guy from the other planet,
Yeah.
he was Khan's henchman.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, yeah.
That's right. The Breccians.
Yes.
The Breccians are the bad race. One of the Breccians, there's a male and a female. The male is the guy who is Khan's right-hand man. And then there's a lady Breccian, and their costumes, they both look like they walked off the set of Battlestar Galactica. Like right out of 1974. Yeah. And it's just great.
Did they use costumes from when they were developing Phase 2 in the 70s?
Maybe. But the Onarians are the victim race. That's Merrick Buttrick and his friend. Mm-hmm. And first of all, I approve of the choice of names. Onarians, right? Onarian, nice, flows right off the tongue, and then Breccians, some hard consonants in there, makes them sound bad, right?
And the ship is falling apart, and very importantly, none of them have any idea how to fix it, or even how the damn ship even works, really.
Which plays into the story later.
Yeah.
And so they're like, Picard and Riker, they're on the bridge, and they're like, what do you need? They're like, some kind of space coil, and they're like, we could send it.
I'm skipping these because the floor is wet. I don't want to bust my ass. How'd you hurt yourself? Well, I was trying to do around the worlds on a wet tile floor. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Let me do 10 count of these, and then we'll do core.
To you. Cool. Thanks, I guess. Do you know how to put it in? Does anybody know how to put it in?
I don't know, Dave.
I don't know. Bob, you know how? And so they sound like they're drunk or high. Or stupid, and so Picard's just like baffled, like, how do you not know how to fix your own ship? You're flying around in a spaceship. Like, do you know anything? And they just sound like totally out of it.
What is the matter with these people? How can you be captain of that vessel and not understand its simplest function?
So through a little adventurous sequence, they manage to beam out, they lose some crew members, right? The first thing they do is they beam over their cargo.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing, more important than their lives. They beam their cargo over, and Picard's like, what, the cargo? What? Get it off the pad. Beam some people over. They beam over 2 Onarians and 2 Breccians, the core of our conflict.
I want to say right now, too, by the way, if you have any intention of watching this shit, stop right now and watch this, because I think this is better to watch, like, when you don't know the twists that are coming.
Yeah, you could skip ahead to this time code for our next pick. It's nice that we overlapped here, which is good. We don't know our picks. So we're going to continue with spoilers.
Is anybody actually planning to watch the Star Trek The Next Generation Season 1? Because if you are, I will skip ahead. I'll give you 60 seconds to run to the keyboard.
Two Onarians and 2 Breccians are the core of our conflict.
I want to say right now, too, by the way, if you have any intention of watching this shit, stop right now and watch this, because I think this is better to watch, like, when you don't know the twists that are coming.
Yeah.
I suppose I'm nostalgic for this, because I saw this stuff on TV back in the day.
Yeah, you could skip ahead to this time code for our next pick. It's nice that we overlapped here, which is good. We don't know our picks. So we're going to continue with spoilers for Symbiosis, the Star Trek Season 1 episode.
Well, it's almost like a double twist to this episode, because that's like the first reveal. That's what you think the episode is going to be. It's like, oh no, we need that race or medicine because our race has a deadly virus. And then you think watching this, oh, this is going to be a virus episode.
And Picard goes through all the protocol. He's like, wait a minute. They're in the briefing room, and the conference room. Picard's like, wait a minute. You're both infected? He's like, medical emergency, Did this get filtered out during the transport? And Riker's like, I don't know. Solar flares. Maybe. Picard's like, whoa.
Star Trek has a lot of virus episodes.
There's a lot of virus episodes. And so we discover that, this race is sick. The Breckians were on the ship to bring over the medicine to Onaria, these two planets that are nearby.
Technically, the Onarians went over with their ship to the Breckians to pick up the medicine because the Breckians, importantly, they don't have much in the way of technology.
So the big situation of the episode is they only, between the two races on two different planets, they only have 3 working spaceships. The first one is destroyed. And then they have other 2 with similar problems, right? Mm-hmm. It's sort of like, your drug addict with the barely working 1982 Honda Accord, right? Who's got to go and pick up his stash, but the engine won't start, They have 2 barely working spaceships now. That's how they get back and forth between the 2 planets. The Breckians produce the medicine. The Onarians desperately need it to survive this plague. And so the Breckians say, okay, we'll allow a dose, right? And so Dr. Crusher's, she's got her nose in all the business. She said, what's going on? What are your symptoms, right? Well, once we get the medicine, we feel pretty good for about 48 hours. And then it starts to come back. And she's like, interesting virus, it doesn't have a lifespan. It doesn't have symptoms. It just is very persistent.
Can't detect it in any way, shape, or form.
I can't detect it. It seems very much like something else. And she wants to keep her mouth closed. Then they show them get their drug. This is a little... which they describe the drug amount as something milliliters.
What's the dosage? 0.01 milliliters.
But they take the little pill and they put it in the thing, and then I don't know how they use it, but they're like, they feel better. And Dr. Crusher's like, she figured this out rather quickly.
I like that there's enough clues that you as an audience member paying attention,
right.
You can figure this out on your own before they tell you. I like that.
Yeah, well, something suspicious because the Breckians are just like, they look smarmy and like they're filled with lies.
They're clearly villains. They're up to something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is, I think, another one of those episodes where Troy is conveniently not around. The Breckians are just full of total bullshit. They're lying. This is not medicine. They're laughing all the way to the bank. But Troy's she's in her bath. She has the week off. I don't know.
The Jean and Romus are feeling fine. In fact, too fine. Felicium's a narcotic.
Crusher figures it out that this is a drug. The Breckians, hundreds of years ago, figured out that the plague wasn't really a plague.
And when you say by it's drugs, you mean the whole race of Onarians are just addicted to this. There's no virus. There is no virus. They are not sick. They are just addicted to this medicine, and they don't even know it.
Right. The president of Onaria phones in. He's also tweaking. He's just like, you got the stuff or what? And they're like, we're working on it. We need the stuff.
Do you have it?
Yes, it is here, but you gotta get it to us. So please.
And then Picard calls them out on it, and they're just like, hey,
it works for us, man.
It's a symbiotic relationship, hence the name of the episode. The Breckians have nothing. Their total source of income, these are all very simplified things for planetary scale.
Yeah.
In simplified terms, the Breckians have no industry or whatever. Their sole source of income is the money from the Onarians. The bulk
of their society is entirely geared towards making drugs.
Yes, to supply to a planet that pays for them. It's a symbiotic relationship. And they knowingly are the Breckians knowingly are the bad guys because they are keeping them enslaved to them by drug use.
It really should have been called Parasite, though. Symbiotes usually benefit both ways, but really, the Breckians are just using The Anarians. The Anarians don't know that. They think it's a symbiosis.
If I could correct you, a parasite usually kills the host.
Okay.
Jean-Luc, this is not a symbiotic relationship. This is exploitation, pure and simple.
Well, they say, well, you know now. What are you going to do about it?
With a sly grin, the Brechians are just like, you have no jurisdiction here. We're not members of the Federation.
It's not your business.
Well, Captain Picard, he basically just says, no, my hand's tied. I can't do anything. This is a Prime Directive issue. And then, what's her face? The Brechian girl. Just the smuggest look on her face.
You just want to slap that lady right in the face. You just want to slap her face off. You want to slap the 1970s right out of her outfit. Go back to Battlestar Galactica. Right?
Battlestar Galactica doesn't want her.
No.
She's a piece of shit, Mike.
These people are awful. But in a sly move, Picard knows the solution to this problem. Crusher's like, why don't you do something? Just fucking bomb the planet Brechia and destroy their drug facility. He's like, our hands are tied. And so David...
So it comes time to give them their drugs and put them back on their ship and off on your way. And they're like, oh good, you're gonna give us the new plasma coils we need and you're gonna fix our other ships? And Picard's like, nope.
In this situation, the Prime Directive prohibits me from helping you.
That's absurd.
You did not think so when it worked in your favor.
Can't do it.
No, they've lost the way to transport the drug, and so
the Prime Directive has tied my hands here too.
Right.
And that slapped the smug right out of her fucking face.
Like eventually, these ships are going to break down, and we can't move the drugs back and forth. Well, the Onarians are going to have to go through withdrawal. Dr. Crusher assures them, once you get through the withdrawal, you'll be okay.
Well, they don't even know about the withdrawals because they don't even tell them. They don't even inform them of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just something they have to deal with, and Picard's non-interference policy, the Prime Directive, applies perfectly here. Now, could the Brechians put out a message into space like, "Hey, we got a bunch of money. Can we buy some spaceships from, to solve this problem?" Maybe. But Picard washed his hands of it and did his best and said, "This is how I want to solve this problem."
Engage.
And so season 1 contains a bunch of weird things that doesn't happen in other shows. I just wanted to make note of there's the sun, their star is solar flaring up, right? Which gives both races some kind of ability to use solar energy to...
I don't know if they say that's why, but yeah, they both have electric powers.
The electric powers are from the sun, which doesn't really have a point.
It gives I'm calling him David because that was his name in Wrath of Khan. It gives David the ability to take Riker hostage, near the end.
Yeah.
It's like, no, we need our drugs, I'll kill him.
Which is an interesting alternative to just pulling out a phaser, saying don't move,
Yeah.
But could that have played into the plot of, maybe you could use your solar energy to help you get over your withdrawals, or what was the point of that specifically? It didn't really have a conclusion.
I think it was they didn't want to make them look like idiots because they didn't confiscate any phasers they would have had on them.
Okay.
I think the point was to give them a weapon that Tasha Yar couldn't confiscate.
Yeah. And then another interesting thing that whoever wrote this put into it was when they approach the sun, Picard goes, "Oh," and then they mask it with a little black dot.
Oh, yeah.
And so I always thought, that never happened in later episodes. If you look at the sun, even from the distance we are from it on Earth, but imagine being in a spaceship relatively close to it, how that would fucking blind you in a second.
Oh, it's sucking 10 forward.
Oh, yeah.
You can't put up the dot in 10 forward.
No, but I attribute that to maybe the view screen has a filter. You put on those glasses to look at a solar eclipse.
Yeah.
Maybe the view screen has an automatic filter built in, but I thought that was a neat touch.
Yeah.
I found that interesting.
I also want to point out the most 80s thing ever happens in this episode. When in the middle of
Mr. T showed up?
The name is Mr. T. First name is Mr. Middle name is that period. Last name is T.
No, well, he may, you know what? He may as well have. Because Tasha Yar and Wesley,
that's on my list.
They have the dare PSA.
The more you know.
What I can't understand is why anyone would voluntarily become dependent on a chemical.
Like Mr. T should have showed up at the end of that. That's right. Don't do drugs, kids.
On my home planet, there was so much poverty and violence that for some, the only escape is through drugs.
Yeah, that was, I don't know if you'd call it cringe or cute.
It's cute of its time.
Yeah, and you see, like, I did a little reading up on Denise Crosby and Tasha Yar, and it was her decision to leave the show.
Crosby asked to be written out of the show because the large ensemble cast just left no room for her to explore many of her own acting frontiers.
Because she felt she wasn't doing much.
You know what? Watching season 1, I think I get it a bit more because they did not really use Tasha Yar much in season 1. Not as much as I kind of remembered her being used.
Right.
It was no longer fun to be there anymore. I thought this is not fair. This is not fair to them, my other castmates. This is not fair to the legacy of this show, and it's not fair to me to be in a place that I didn't want to be in. And I was beginning to have feelings that I didn't like.
The irony is, if she lasted into like season 2 and 3, that's when they started focusing on the characters more. She probably would have been fleshed out a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, she had she mentioned the living on the planet with the rape gangs, and then they show a flashback in season 1 of her escaping a rape gang.
Mm-hmm. Now run. This place isn't safe at all.
But her complaint was, yeah, she just was basically like, I'm saying lines. And she didn't, the last episode where her character died was Skin of Evil. And in the beginning of that, she has some kind of like conversation with Worf. And she's like, if only my character had more moments like that where I got to act.
You are favored in the ship's pool.
You bet on me?
A sure thing.
And do something, say something important. And this is one of those moments. There's like 3 in the whole first season. And her telling Wesley all about drugs, naive little Wesley. Why would someone intentionally become addicted to a chemical?
Well, they only make you feel good temporarily. Yeah. You know, it was such a dare moment.
Yeah, it was cute. But Skin of Evil was not her last episode filmed.
Oh.
This
was the last episode she filmed.
This was the
interesting.
Last yeah, there's a famous exchange between her and Rick Berman, the producer, one of the producers on Star Trek. You know Rick Berman.
I know who Rick Berman is. Yes.
Where he has Tasha Yar's comm badge. And he posted a tweet that said, here's Tasha Yar's comm badge. Tasha gave it to me on the last day of filming her final episode, Skin of Evil. And then Denise Crosby responded and wrote, you're wrong, you prick. My last episode of filming, we filmed out of order, technically with Symbiosis. You grabbed my comm badge from me and said, you won't be needing this anymore.
Oh, damn!
So Denise Crosby put him on blast. So it's a relatively famous exchange on Twitter. But as noted in one of my next episodes, Worf in that position just feels so much better. Him up there. There's even a scene where Tasha and Worf are both on the curved console, the tactical station. And he's doing something here and she's doing something here. And you just, when those shots are there, low shots, and Worf's up there, it just feels right.
Listen, and listen good. I'm talking to you.
I have 2 kind of half picks left.
Out of 26 episodes?
I've got 1 episode that I liked, but I have almost nothing interesting to say about it because I have no notes. I just wrote the episode name down, and that's terrible. I have another one. I don't know if you want to talk about this. I have it written down. I took notes on it because I remembered liking this from season 1.
All right, we'll go
and then
for it.
I sat down to watch it, and it was crap.
Oh boy. I don't know where to start here. You pick it.
All right, I guess I'll talk about the one I kind of remembered liking, but it was crap.
All right.
Because it's more interesting to talk about.
I hope it's not one of my favorites.
It's the neutral zone.
Ah.
Yeah, the neutral zone is an episode where Picard's he's off the ship having some important meeting somewhere on the Enterprise, sitting around waiting for him to show back up. But they scan some old space debris floating around. And because they got the extra time, Data wants to check out this ancient piece of technology in space.
The opportunity to examine such an ancient vehicle does not come around very often. And as you pointed out, we do have the time.
And they beam aboard, and Worf is confused by old-timey doors that you had to physically open yourself.
Yeah.
It's like, he just tries to walk into it, he's confused because it's not opening. On the ship, they find cryogenically frozen people from our time. And I remembered it as being this cutesy episode where people from our time get to wake up and we're in the future now, and it's a cute little thing. And instead, they're all horrible assholes.
Except for the one lady.
Except for the one lady. But they take them aboard, but the crisis is at the same time they're finding these people on board. Picard gets back from his meeting, and it turns out they want the Enterprise to head into the neutral zone because for the first time in 50 years, the Romulans might be causing trouble.
This is the season finale.
This is the season fucking finale because in the neutral zone, some Federation planets have I think that they've lost contact. They're seemingly gone, and we have to go investigate that. But while we're investigating this incident that might lead to a horrible war, we've got these doofuses from the 20th century on our ship, and we got to deal with that.
I, for one, never had a doubt. My stock in this company must have split at least a dozen times by now.
That's a Space Cop joke comes from that. The guy who's unfrozen and wants to check his stocks.
Oh, God, that's a direct reference, and I missed it.
He's concerned with wealth.
Yeah.
This is where Picard famously says, in the future, we don't need money or greed or, material things. We've solved war and poverty and hunger.
A lot has changed in the past 300 years. People are no longer obsessed with the accumulation of things. We have eliminated hunger, want, the need for possessions. We've grown out of our infancy.
This is one of those episodes that kind of just does a little bit to establish what life might be like on Earth, which we rarely see now. This utopia without money. We don't need money. It's not a problem. You don't have to worry.
Because I had to turn the AC off, I've got a fan going in the room, and I want to hear how bad it sounds. Like, what does it actually sound like? Oh, there's a bunch of white noise. There's a buttload of white noise. Is there a way to change that? Filters, maybe? No, that's just the gain. It's not too bad. It's like worse if I'm just breathing into the mic than the white noise. Okay. I'm going to get up and get something to drink. We'll keep this going. I got one more thing to do, work-wise. I got to juggle some bills around. And then we'll skip over to some gaming. And then tomorrow we start the live stream early at 9 a.m.
Worry about your stocks, sir. You don't have to keep bringing it up every 2 minutes. There's three characters from the past. There is sad housewife. There is comical joke country singer, and then there's business.
Yes.
Who's all about business, and he's got his business.
I, for one, never had a doubt. My stock in this company must have split at least a dozen times.
I need to make a phone call as soon as possible.
A phone call?
Well, yes, I have provided for
but
myself.
he was a full
I have to
partner
phone
in
Geneva right away about
It
my
is simply that I
rest
have more to
assured
protect
the interest
than that
alone
of your
could be
position
enough to
to
buy this
possibly
ship.
imagine.
And control. It's all about control.
I want to say he has a mild arc because at the end he storms on the bridge and kind of helps with the
It's not even an arc. we see the Romulans for the first time, and we're on the view screen, and we find out that the Romulans, their colonies have been disappearing along the border too. So there's some kind of mutual threat that both the Federation and the Romulans have to worry about. Turns out it's the Borg. But none of them know that yet. And Picard's trying to figure out what the Romulans are like. Tell us what you know about these colonies that disappeared. And the Romulans are being all coy. Well, we could tell you, but... And then business guy shows up on the bridge.
They haven't got a clue. They're hoping you know, but they're too arrogant to ask.
Because he wants to talk to Picard, he wants to see the manager. Like, he shows up on the bridge for no fucking reason. Just, I have to see what's going on because I'm the asshole character, and I'm gonna be an asshole. And he just says, no, they don't know what's going on. They're lying. That's his only contribution. That's not an arc.
All right, I figured it was bigger than that.
No,
but I couldn't remember.
That's the thing. I remembered it as being bigger. In my memory, haven't seen this episode in 20 years, I thought he had an arc.
He's so good at business and reading people and negotiating deals. He could tell that an alien species is lying.
But it was obvious. They didn't need him. This is another episode where Troy would have done the same thing.
She was mysteriously absent from the bridge or just sitting there?
I think she was mysteriously absent from the bridge. I think she was handling sad housewife's problems.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she was helping her look up her descendants or something.
10 generations of your progeny. Everyone I've ever known is dead.
Yeah, none of these people seem very grateful to be alive 500 years later.
Yeah.
There's no trace of my money. My office is gone. What will I do?
It just seems like a waste of an episode where they could have said something, but they didn't say anything.
For a season finale, I mean, I guess they were teasing some big threat that was supposedly threatening both the Federation and the Romulans, but they should have had maybe something a little more exciting happen.
It should have been maybe more focused on the Romulans, because this is the big reveal. This is like we're seeing the Romulans again for the first time since the 60s. Yeah. And we get that glorious reveal of the new Romulan warbird. It's one of my favorite fucking spaceships. And it's wasted in this episode.
But I'm really glad you didn't, when you prefaced it by saying an episode that you thought was great a long time ago, and you were watching and it sucked. I'm really glad you didn't say conspiracy, because I knew that sucked right from the beginning.
I always hated conspiracy. Everyone always says conspiracy is a good episode from season 1, and I'm like, what the fuck are you smoking?
I mean, it's oh god, they didn't know what to do. They wanted to establish a big thing coming up.
They wanted to establish a big threat, but Star Trek The Next Generation, to me, it doesn't need a big threat. Star Trek The Next Generation is all about feeling good, feeling calm. Star Trek The Next Generation feels like home. All that kind of paranoia, there are enemies in our midst shit, was far better suited for Deep Space Nine, and it was done far better in Deep Space Nine.
The fucking threat with the stop motion beetles. Picard meets some captains on a secret planet. There's a fucking thing going on. Oh, this sounds really good. Oh, it's bugs.
It wasn't the right show for that kind of thing. This Next Gen.
Yeah, no, it was too early.
It was too early. Deep Space Nine, it had to mature. You had to care about the world more, I think, first before you got to tearing it down. I don't know.
And yes, that's a good point. And the villain was silly.
Yeah.
A bug that crawled in your mouth and took over your body. And their whole approach to, like, getting the scene where the Admiral tries to get Riker to eat a bug.
Come, have a look.
I think I'll summon my science officer.
It won't like your science officer. It does like you.
Like, okay, put a hypo spray in his neck when he's not looking.
Let me move some stuff around so I can handle this last thing before we do gaming.
Okay, done. You know, he's like,
fucking open the case, look at the bug. It's a life form you haven't seen before. It wants to crawl in your fucking mouth.
And Riker's like, ah. security to the quarters, help. Bad approach if you have this vast conspiracy to take over the biggest united federation of planets in the fucking galaxy. You better have a better plan than that.
You know, that episode, Conspiracy, was also Roddenberry's fuck you to the studio and the censors. It's like, fuck you, I can do what I want. I'm going to have the goriest fucking death I want to have. That's why the enemy at the end of that just kind of melts.
His head blows up.
Yeah.
And which I thought was oddly excessive because all they did was Crusher phasered the old admiral into subconscious, and then the bug crawled out of his mouth.
Roddenberry was trying to make some kind of weird point against somebody.
Okay.
That was the thing.
I think Remick was the queen alien.
Yeah.
He had the monster inside of him, so maybe he couldn't be saved. But Picard didn't know that, so they just aimed their phasers and blew his head off.
That episode sucks.
Yeah, okay.
But so does my episode that I'm talking right about now, the neutral zone. It sucks. That's the neutral zone. It sucks.
Enjoy it.
My third pick, which I thoroughly enjoy and or love, an episode called The Arsenal of Freedom.
Oh!
It's great. There's some problems with it.
It's almost like a guilty pleasure, because it's not, I don't think you could call that like a smart episode.
No! Symbiosis, Ethical, and Prime Directive. My next episode, The Arsenal of Freedom, I wrote Fun Adventure.
Yeah.
And I have a third one that's a character study. But The Arsenal of Freedom, what else could you want from an episode of Star Trek in season 1? That's not dull. That's adventurous and exciting. And fun.
I will give you this.
The Arsenal of Freedom, the episode, the premise is the Enterprise arrives at a planet called Minos in search for the USS Drake, which disappeared, investigating the planet Minos. All the people are gone. When they get there, they get an automated salesman who appears on their view screen, who's trying to sell them weapons of war. And at first, Picard thinks he's talking to some guy, but it turns out it's a recording.
It is a recorded message, sir.
This planet got super wealthy selling weapons to 2 different planets fighting each other, or peoples, races fighting each other, whatever. They get there and they should have just immediately left, but they have to investigate the Drake. So Riker, Tasha Yar, and Data beam down to investigate. And the planet's overgrown with vegetation. This probably happened hundreds of years ago.
Yeah.
No, everyone's dead. Everyone's dead or gone.
Is the equipment still working?
The equipment's still working to sell you weapons if you want to buy them. So they beam down, and Riker runs into Captain Rice, the captain of the Drake, which has just recently disappeared. And he's old friends with him. They went to the academy together, and he's like, hey, and he's like, hello, Will Riker.
Keeps asking him like weird questions.
Yes, he's like, what's the armament of your spaceship? So Riker detects something suspicious, so he plays a little prank on him, and he's like, my ship. It's called the Lollipop. It's a good ship. What is the armament of the Lollipop? Like, he's like, okay.
No, the name of my ship is the Lollipop.
I have no knowledge of that ship.
It's just been commissioned. It's a good ship.
There's something wrong with you. So it's just a holographic projection of someone that they scan the data banks, and it's a very smart, sophisticated weapon system. And then the fun part is when a drone comes out and starts shooting lasers at everybody. And they're on some terrible set. Like Next Gen, like later seasons, like they all got in a van and they drove out to the desert of California to film in real life, And some of the early sets in seasons 1 and 2,
yeah,
they're like TOS sets where they're on a sound stage and there's just a monochrome sky and plants, like potted plants everywhere. The planet looks terrible, but the concept's fun. And so they have to defend themselves against these drones that are attacking them that just get more and more powerful.
They keep adapting.
And then Riker is encased in like a bubble where he's like frozen. And Picard's like, okay, this situation is getting bad. I'm going to beam down with Dr. Crusher. They fall in a hole. Dr. Crusher horribly breaks her leg. And so then it becomes like a survival episode.
Yeah.
Since so many senior staff members are down on the planet's surface, our B plot involves Geordi being put in command by Captain
B-plot
Picard.
is, I think, by far the best part of the episode.
Yeah.
Red alert, battle stations.
There's a section of the show that didn't quite develop. It's the Picard and Dr. Crusher. They fall in a cave in the ground or something. They needed a really good bonding moment, which they kind of worked on. Dr. Crusher tells Picard, she starts like letting him know she knows about herbal medicine. She's like, break that root off over there. And is there like a material in it? Maybe it can cauterize my, blood clot in my leg. How do you know so much about roots? She's like, my grandmother lived on this colony, and
we all know about Dr. Crusher's grandmother.
7 seasons later, we learn all about Dr. Crusher's grandmother, which was a nice thing. They brought it all the way back to season 1. But there's always this teeming sexual tension between Picard and Crusher.
Season 1, they tried to write it like that was a big major subplot that was going to be going on.
It fizzles out.
Yeah. Star Trek
the Naked Now, there's that when they're drunk, they've got that super attraction to each other. And then in the show Attached.
That's when, like 6 years later, somebody said, "Oh yeah, weren't we supposed to be shipping them?"
Which Dr. Crusher again mentions her grandmother in that episode too.
The sharing of thoughts and feelings is quite compelling.
Very.
But in Attached, it opens with them having breakfast, and it ends with them having breakfast, and they have a totally different understanding of each other.
Mm-hmm.
In this, Picard saves Crusher's life, essentially helps her, with her leg, and then they get rescued. There's not a scene at the end of this episode. It's like they get beamed up and rescued, and then it's not resolved. At the end, Picard could have come into sickbay. Beverly says, "Thank you for saving my life, Jean-Luc." Personalize it. No problem, Beverly. Anytime. We'll talk more about this in the future.
Okay, the good news is that
I think season 1 episodes, like in general, are.
I have reduced the amount of money I owe a month, but my credit score is going to shit unless I can start making payments again in 2 months. So it's just juggling things. I'm confident we'll get alternate streams of revenues set up, get it figured out. But I'm just about done setting all this up, and now we can move over to gaming because we will have gotten everything done. We will go through the job hunt and the exercise and juggling some paperwork, and then we'll kick into gaming for a little bit right after I'm finished with this. And I think we got not too much time left. I don't know if we're going to finish this Red Letter Media, but you're right, Phoebus. It is a quality episode.
Are like focused on whatever the plot of that episode is, and they don't. Season 1, I think one of the problems overall with season 1 is they didn't stop to smell the roses with the characters like that. You're missing those moments. You're missing, like, there's no Riker's poker games in season 1. It's all, we've got to stop the thing that's the thing this week.
We've got to work out the problem.
Yeah.
Which, as much as I like TOS, that's a lot of TOS. It's very little backstory, except for Spock.
Mm-hmm.
The minor characters, forget it.
Oh, yeah.
But this, it's like, yeah, you after seeing all 7 seasons of Next Gen, you want those moments in those early seasons. And really, it's just like, Picard finds the computer. And, is a Deus Ex Machina ending, more or less, right? Just, we want to buy your stuff. Problem solved.
I think that's really clever. I do like the ultimate resolution of this episode where they stop the robots from attacking them by buying the robots. Because they're salesmen. It made perfect sense.
Fine. It was a way to wrap it up. But you mentioned the more interesting B story of the show does kind of deal with the forbidden Roddenberry interpersonal conflict, which was, interestingly enough, the more interesting part of the show.
Why are we still in orbit? We're taking a beating. We've got to hold out as long as we can. Now, if we can disable our attacker, if only for a few seconds, we can drop our shields and beam the away team back aboard.
Geordi is put in command. Geordi is not the chief engineer in season 1. He's just Lieutenant Geordi LaForge.
Can I say how odd it is that season 1, for all intents and purposes, there is no set chief engineer? No. That's so weird.
Well,
I think there's one guy that shows up a couple of times, that fat beard guy.
The fat beard guy, he disappears, and then there's a different chief engineer at some point. I think there was no counselor in TOS. I think they wanted to say, let's have different roles. Like Scotty was like third in command. Whenever Kirk and Spock and McCoy were gone, Scotty was in charge, always.
Yeah.
He commanded the Enterprise. Like, he's the next in line. And so that was like, in this situation with your doctor, who's a commander, Riker and Picard gone, really the next in line is the chief engineer. Or I guess the second officer, Data, who's also gone.
Mm-hmm. In view of the present crisis, I believe you should relinquish command to me. No, I outrank you. Mr. Logan, I'm in command.
Yeah, the chief engineer comes up, and you can tell he's one, an asshole, and two, probably a little racist. and he's like, yeah.
The captain did not anticipate the Enterprise would come under attack. If he had, would he have left the bridge to you? If he had, he wouldn't have left the ship.
Hey, Captain Picard, put me in charge until he gets back. I'm in command. And so there's Geordi's stressed out. Troy can tell that he's really worried. He doesn't know what he's doing. And then on top of that, he's got two young ensigns that he's got to take to the battle bridge that are also inexperienced. And he, being inexperienced and nervous himself, has to be the strong leader for them.
He has to project the leadership and the confidence.
Right. And so it's a growth moment for Geordi LaForge, surprisingly in an early season 1 episode.
Yeah.
I'm going to go get some water.
Engage.
And then we'll start the gaming.
It's a rare moment when separating the saucer section seems like a good choice. Because usually in season 1, the first time they separate the saucer section in Encounter at Farpoint,
they just wanted to
they would have never have done that in later seasons. And in later seasons, when you're like, separate the saucer section.
They should have did it far more than they did, really.
Yeah.
Anytime they were heading into something they knew was dangerous, they should have been putting all of the families on the saucer and jettisoning that shit.
Geordi's in orbit. And then a bigger version of the drone is flying around in orbit, attacking spaceships, shooting at the Enterprise. The Enterprise can't handle it. It's going to come back in a bit. Geordi has to make the decision. Do I let this bossy asshole engineer take command, and do I back down to him, or do I make my own decision? His decision is separate the saucer, send it away, which is an amazing amount of space action and adventure for a season 1 episode. It's just a fun all-around adventure episode that is surprisingly tight and not cringy or racist.
Okay, I guess we're back to me then, but we kind of already talked about what would have been my number 1 pick. It would have been Symbiosis. So I don't really have another one. I got a half pick if you want to talk about it.
I have a half pick as well.
Oh, that's wonderful. I wrote down Home Soil.
That is my half
pick
as well.
In my notes, I have nothing written down under Home Soil. I just have Home Soil written down because, it's all right.
Home Soil feels very TOS.
It reminds me of Devil in the Dark, but just done worse.
Oh, yeah. Yes, yes.
Home Soil is an episode where there's a planet with some colonists who are terraforming the planet, and they stumble across there was what is Starfleet sent in there?
Here, well,
You go for it.
This is my point. This is my notes. This is my point of comedy, right?
Okay.
The Enterprise visits to check up on their progress, right?
Is that all it was? It was just we're seeing how you're doing.
And their arrival causes a cascade of events that destroys multiple people's lives. So they show up, right? And the old man is just like, "Yeah, we're fine.
We were a little behind, but we're back on schedule.
Leave us alone." And Troy, being nosy Troy, is like, he's hiding something.
It's a good thing we had Troy for that.
It's a good thing he's hiding something, Captain. He doesn't want us to come down there. We're fine. We're working on the thing. We're a little behind. Well, what's going on? Just forget it. Go away. He's hiding something. He's like, well, we're coming down.
Director Mandel, we've heard of your remarkable achievements in terraforming. My crew would very much appreciate looking around.
This is not really the best time.
Fine. They go down.
Thank God we had Troy.
And then they meet the innocent lady who's plucky and excited and just loves terraforming and is so excited. And the visit by the Enterprise ruins her whole life. Her whole life work. So they come down and they start snooping around, and then they get a guy killed.
You know, I'm gonna defend Troy here. They actually had a clever use of Troy in this episode because she senses that someone's in danger because she sensed their distress. And usually they just have Troy say obvious things about a character like he's hiding something. Well, no shit. But this time she was actually useful.
Yeah.
She wasn't in time to save the guy, but it was kind of like an early warning thing, just because she sensed somebody was in peril in the other room.
Right.
I like that.
Yeah. So one of the workers, the terraformers, goes in the laser digging room, the laser drilling room, and there's little pieces of tiny glass, like that are alive. And when they come together with like saline or salt or something.
The saline works like as salt water works like a conductor.
Yeah, and so they become a life. They're basically a life form of something that's beyond our comprehension.
It's a life form that is so different we didn't register it as being a life form. It wasn't like any life we've seen before.
So these poor people have been on this planet for 25 years terraforming it. And when the Enterprise shows up, that's when the life forms make themselves known. One of the terraformers gets lasered to death in the laser room, and then they're like, oh God, now we've got to investigate this. And then Data goes into the laser room.
It's funny because there literally is a laser room, and it's explained in the plot as they're shooting lasers at underground water to evaporate it. I remember that episode. Okay, hey Phoebus, if you're watching this, going out to dinner, catch you later. Never mind. Phoebus is not watching this. For those of you at home watching this, let me know if that white noise in the background is a little too much, because I had to turn off the AC because the AC was leaking water everywhere, and I figured maybe something got frozen, and that's why the water pump's not working. So I got the AC off, and I've got a big old floor fan over here, but I can see it making noise in the background. And I heard it over my headset when I was listening to the live stream over on my Bluetooth on my phone. So I know it's got some background noise now. If it's too much, let me know, and I suppose I can either try to move the fan or something. Anyway, but say something in chat if the noise is just terrible. Night Rain looks like fun. I think it looks like a lot of fun because there's a lot of co-op. I need to figure out how to I'm still trying to figure out Elden Ring. I can tell it's a quality game. That much is apparent. It's not. I don't really think it's my thing. I like faster combat. Maybe I'm playing it wrong. Maybe I can build a much faster character. I don't know. I'm still the part of the game is learning how to play it, I guess. Like that's what I'm learning. So you can lock in your experience by leveling up. Probably turn the gain down a bit. How's that? Can you still hear me okay? Yeah, turn me up a little bit. I haven't even found a bow or a crossbow. Like, I have not taken a shot at anything. Oh, yeah. So let's talk about how I got here. So there was a chest, and I got to open up the chest. And it's like teleporter trap, and it teleported me here. Okay, now check this place out. Let's go. It says try lever, but I can't try the lever. Did he get the message right? Like, am I not able to get the lever because? See, I can't get the lever. And I've already jumped down there, so I know I will die from that fall. And there's a Dargan. See the big Dargan? I suppose we could jump over. Oh. Alright, so let me show you the other bullshit. Where's the tree? Is there like a door in the tree? Okay. Well, this is the closest I've ever been to the tree, so a big glowy one. See, this is bullshit. What's over here? Oh no. What's a blessed do talisman? Can I move faster now? What happens? What happens if we take off all the equipment? Light load, Alright, here we go. Alright, we moving now. Is he still coming this way? Oh my, are you for real? Wow, I had to break line of sight. He was still coming, bro. Okay. Alright, now let's just take a minute. And what the hell was this thing that I just picked up? Slowly restores HP. Okay. What does poise do again? The degree to which you can resist collapsing under enemy attacks. Okay, that's good. Okay, we've only got 1,400 runes on us now. Alright, now what are we going to do here? Let's give ourselves a shield. Give ourselves the magic dagger. I do like the broadsword. I like the broadsword better than the well. Let's do the broadsword. And then we'll use the claymore. So I can't equip the thing that I picked up? This thing? Oh. Oh, here we go. Slowly restores HP. Okay, yes please. Okay, that's good. So we got that too. So we got arrows, bolts. Lord Sworn Bolt. There's a difference, I guess. Oh yeah, these do more damage. Okay. What is this? Is this a dagger? Yeah. So I just got teleported to here, and now I think I'm stuck. Like, I have to fight this guy? Oh wait, we can just teleport, can't we? Oh damn. Look at where it teleported me. Oh, I'm glad I remembered I could teleport. Travel. Yeah, we can just fast travel back there. Look at where it put me. All right, let's at least try him one more time. You got nothing. Bad idea. He's so strong. Like, there's no way I can take this guy on. Where are we? I want to look this up. Divine Bridge. Okay. Let's talk about it. So let's figure out where we are here. Hold on. This is it right here. Okay, there we go. All right. I was playing Elden Ring and opened a chest and got teleported to Divine Bridge. Is this a joke? Like, the boss there seems like so powerful. And he's at the very top of the map, and seems like an end game. Boss. I'm new to Elden Ring. What the fuck is going on? To Elden Ring's surprise mechanic, the teleport trap chest. Just when you experience it's not a bug or a joke, but a very From Software thing. It's meant to shock you, disorient you, and drop you into a place you're absolutely not ready for. Just to say this is not your game, this is our game. Here's what's going on. Where you are, you've been teleported to the Divine Bridge, which is part of the Royal Capital, a late game zone that you should not be in yet. The place is intentionally far above your level if you're just starting out. That's the Golem Sentinel. Yeah, he's insanely strong at low levels and will one-shot you if you try to fight him now. What you should do, try to not find him. Look for a waymarker teleporter. So you can warp out or teleport trap back. If you don't see an obvious escape, open your map. Okay, that's fine. That's the Church of Pilgrimage. Actually, let's do this. You have to. It's typical data set. Like it is typically trained up to just 2021. However, its default replies and stuff. But you can specifically tell it to look up the latest information, and it also remembers the commands that you give it. So that's why it always calls me like my liege or my lord, and it knows when I ask it questions if it's past 2021 to go actually search on the internet. I guess that takes more resources. I have run into times where it's like you've done too many of these queries. Wait, and then I just move to a different AI, just move over to DeepSeek or something. But I haven't seen a limit like that in a long time. So here we are. What's my status? Okay, I'm level 25. Where should I be? Okay. I'm level 25. Give me a few hints as to the areas I should explore. Because that's what this game is about, exploring. You're still squishy, and the game wants you to learn the rules the hard way. Here's where you should be poking around. South Limgrave. Head south of the Bridge of Sacrifice. Easier enemies, great game early on. Castle Morn, a mini dungeon with a fun ball. Okay, we'll head back to Castle Morn then, because I was there. South Limgrave, okay. I remember Castle Morn. We were like, we'll come back. Yeah, Castle Morn, huh? Let's actually go. Oh yeah, let's just spawn right here, and we'll head down here. Let's go see what he's got.
Trade again.
What you got, buddy? Oh, a crossbow. There we go. Ballista bolt. Light crossbow. What's that? Raises maximum HP. I got one of them. Note and party knowledge. Demi-human mobs. Leather. Iron gauntlet. Scale armor. Iron helmet. Round shield. A bastard sword. Okay. Alright, well I guess we'll save up. We'll come back here when we've got more souls. Actually, let's see. So, here's the equipment. This sword, okay, so this is like this great sword's got lion's claws, so that's normal attack. I like it. It's very fucking slow, but it does damage. And then he can do this. Wabam! Okay, so that's pretty good. And then, can he spam it? Yep, I can spam it. Now, let's swap out this sword for this one, because now it's stamp upward cut. Okay, so back, back, back. Okay. Same. trying to figure out. Oops. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna try this sword to try and learn this other special ability. What the advantage of this other special ability is. We're just gonna head down to Castle Morn. What is this up here? I haven't explored this. It's a big wall? Oh, this is a mini tree. Oh, there's a giant gorge. Okay. What the hell is that? Yellow amber. What's that? Material used for crafting items. Okay. Alright, well, let's stick with the plan. We'll head to Castle Morn. I wanted to see if there was any kind of hidden stuff around here. Clearly not. Oh, but here, let's check this out. Oh. Ah. There's nothing here. Except that item. Oh, there we go. Where is this path going to lead? Crafting material. What the fuck is that? Oh. We got some magic. Oh, cool. The path does lead somewhere. Ooh. Looks like somebody's having a barbecue. Oh, there's skull. Oh, deer. Damn, I missed him. Oh, hey, buddy. Feels good. Okay, at least there's a lot of stuff over here. Something incredible ahead. Alright, here we go. Didn't expect some scenario. Is this maybe like an area from one of the older games? Oh, wow. Okay, we're around the back of this building. Let's go this way. There's a couple of mobs up here. I hear rats be screaming and stuff. There we go. what is that eye icon? What does that mean? Whoa! That's a big mama. I think it's time to get the shield out. Feels good. The Flame of Frenzy. Ooh, what's that? Is it a spell? Did we get a spell finally? Oh, emits burst of yellow flame from eyes. Oh, yes. Yeah, we just got to upload. What's our faith right now? 14, so we can get it in two. We can use this in 2 levels. Okay, that's really cool. And I'm glad it's a faith spell and not one that's intelligence. What do we got here? Sacred Tear. Okay. What's the Sacred Tear for again? Three of them. Improve Sacred Flask potency. Okay. Well, I guess I just use them, huh? How much do they sell for? I guess I need potent flasks. Alright, well we gotta do that at a campfire anyway. I do like this sword a little. It's not as powerful. The special ability for this isn't as powerful, but it's faster. These guys like bugged out. Something's gonna pop out at me once I kill all these guys. No? I like how you can just destroy a crate. Oh. Let's check out that shield real quick. parry. It's got 76. This guy, that's 80, 74. Alright, what's the difference? It reflects lightning, but whoa. Okay, so lightning. Better against lightning. Actually, pretty good against lightning and homing. Okay, there's no reason to have that one. Yeah, there's no skill for this one, so I use that for the parry. What's this guy's problem? Squeaking. Oh, there's a rest spot right over there. Yeah, let's go do that real quick. Alright, let's do... inventory. We got 21... golden room, that's 400 rooms, 200 rooms. Use all these. Okay. And then use both of these. Anything else? No? Okay. So now we'll rest. Okay, let's level up, and we need faith. Oh, we need another. We're one away from being able to use that spell, where we shoot fire from our eyes, which is fucking great. I want to do it. Okay, so I rested, so that reset everything. I'm mean with this broadsword, man, I'm telling you. Wasn't there a skull, a glowing skull around there? I guess not. Oh, let's look at that real quick. Okay, so we checked out the church, we checked out the village. need to head south. Because we got distracted. We saw this path. So let's take the path. Let's go back the way we came. Oh, that's right. Get. Oh, it's nighttime. The bats are out. Which is so far the only difference that I've noticed between night and day. This is the big wall, so we gotta go this way. Just keep going south. Oh, I was here the other day. It's the castle. There was a really big giant with a really big bow. But I think he's the boss, so he's not around anymore. It's amazing to me that people get. I guess I just haven't played enough of the game yet to get where they're getting the lore from. You must have to like really dig in. I do like how it's like minimalist and it doesn't really. It leaves things up a little ambiguous. And the story is typically told through visuals in the level as much as tooltips on items, flavor text and stuff. Oh, here we go. Is anything in here? Oh. Well, let's rest up the thing. Let's do. Yeah. Okay. Is there ever a time we don't want to use a charge to a flask? I need like other things to do that? Okay. Can't learn that yet. Need faith. I need 4,500 runes to level up. Damn. Okay. Alright, let's do it. Oh, it's this place. Oh, damn. This sword does not swing the way the other one does. I should have used the special ability. Let's equip the other one. Oh, it's because I have my shield out. If you have your shield out, you can't do the special attack though. You end up doing the parry. But that's fine. Okay. How do these work? Okay. That's how I thought they worked. There's stuff. There's like people fighting and stuff. Oh, are they up there? What's going on? Okay. Do we go for the big boy? Is it time? I think it's time. Ow. Yeah, I'm stronger now. How you like that? That was awesome. That was a great. That looked fucking great. That looked cinematic. Oh, we can get up on the battlements? Okay. Golden Rune 2, that's only 800. Okay, let's keep fighting. What's that down there? Is there a way back up? Okay, I think we go... Why not? What's all that down there? Alright, let's go check all that out. Because I need to touch the grace. Okay. So you can't get back in there. That's fine. Okay, so we got like we're going this way. Jumping ahead required. Okay. I'm glad they said something. I'm glad that message was there. I can't go back to it to praise it, but it was a good message. Oh shit. Oh no. What the hell is that? What the fuck is that? It's like the thing. Cast your spell. What the fuck was that? It was like the thing. What are you doing? Do you see that? You want help? If those hideous mongrels eat me, I'll be forever marred. Please, don't be a disgrace. Oh, it looks like you got eaten, buddy. Okay. You know what we're going to do? Let's do equipment. We're going to put the torch in the other hand instead of the dagger, because the dagger doesn't do any damage. Okay. And yeah, we have the dagger in this hand, so we can dual wield if we want. But now, I should be able to like hit something and set it on fire. That's what I wanted to do facing that blob thing, because I wanted to kill it with fire. Here's another one of these motherfuckers. Here we go. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Now I'm ready. Fire is the answer. Fire is always the answer. Oh, I missed that. Jump down to the roof, huh? Oh, look, there's a bunch of jellies and stuff. Man, this place is full of stuff. What the hell is that? How the hell did you get over there? Can't get on the mount. Oh, here we go. Come back here, you little shit. Don't you run from me. Don't you fall off. Recharged my flasks. Yes. Okay, well it recharged my healing flasks, so that's good. Alright, 3 more charges. Oh no, he jumped off. He overjumped it. Oh, and then it fell down there. They both jumped off of, oh, they fell into that pit. Okay. Oh. Oh, it's like that. What do you guys think? That's good? It was good? Is that a wolf? Oh, it's just rats? Okay, it's just rats. Oh no! Damn, maybe we jump off the other way since there's a door there, and then we can fight them through the doorway. That'll like whittle them down. I fell through here, right? Fall through here? Yeah, fall through here. We'll talk to old boy. And there's that thing again. Okay, so the torch is the way to deal with those guys. I'm telling you that right now. completely overpowered. Alright, now we gotta get down on this thing again. Alright, now what? Is that the way? This is the way. Oh. I didn't. Oh, it only charges the healing flask. Okay, good to know. Okay. So that's where the stuff is. No, we can't. We can't. We're gonna have to go sword and board. Shit. There's just too many of them. I don't know how many. Oh well. We just lost like 5,000 souls. Okay. Alright, well now there's no reason to go back there. We can explore a different way. That sucks. That really does suck. Alright, so there's no way down there. Alright, so we just gotta teleport out of here. Behind the castle, yes indeed. Okay, we're back here again. Since we lost all the souls, let's give this another shot and we'll go. I know where the boss is. So let's go try him out real quick. Oh, he still got me? Shit. Oh, no, we're gonna go to the boss. We'll get him later. It's aggro stuff for the boss. I love the reach on that. This guy fell off. I got a feather stuck in my leg? Okay. I was trying to switch to one-handed, but I guess I just panicked. Like, you hold E and you press the mouse. You hold E, press mouse 1. Maybe you can't switch in combat? That would be stupid. See, right there. Is it, like, if I have something targeted? Like, what is the reason? Did I just suck? I probably just sucked. I'm not too confident about this. I feel like I need to go get some throwing knives and try to pull some of these away. It's just a big group. Like, it's hard to deal with like 4 or more. Like those rats. It's just going to be a repeat of those rats. Here, let's do this. Let's just farm this guy and get another level up. Work. Back to 2,000 souls though. We got to get like 4,500, I think. We get 1 more point in faith, and then we can use a new spell. This is where the boss is. Man, I only got 1 flask left. To the ramparts. I could have swore. Am I tripping? Okay. I guess I must be confusing this with another castle. I'm actually going to go back and rest and run this again. Because I'm still learning how to clear it better, so this way I can get a level up and then get a new spell. I also should have realized that I could have just teleported back to the rest site the moment I got enough souls. So let's see, what do we need? Yeah. 4,500. Okay. All right. Well, let's see something. All right. Well, this has been fun, but I'm getting tired, especially after that workout, and then it's a little warm in here because I had to shut off the AC because there's something wrong with the condenser pump. So I'll go ahead and call it. It's warm in here because the computer's heating everything up too. So I'll go ahead and shut the computer off because it doesn't need to be running in a non-AC room. And then we'll pick this up again tomorrow. Hopefully the AC will be fine after it has a chance to thaw out. Had a good time streaming today. We got some stuff done. We're going to get even more stuff done tomorrow. Finished up some stuff with job hunting. Got the exercise done, and then we were able to get some gaming. And then tomorrow I'm going to start a lot earlier, and we're going to do some more business development stuff. Try and set up some contracting pages on Fiverr and things like that. So I hope to see you folks tomorrow. Please stop by and say hi. And I'm going to go ahead and call it for the night. Get some rest, start winding down for the night, and start early tomorrow. Unlike last night where I stayed up for till 4 a.m. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Scott. I really appreciate it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.